And I know some other members are floating around the building somewhere, and hopefully we'll be able to get here for portions of this discussion as the day goes on. There are some people, particularly Senator Dutton and Senator Maldonado, are in Rules Committee. Unfortunately, we couldn't find other times to schedule that didn't overlap each other on this one. And so I know Senator Dutton will be here when he can, once they're through that hearing, at least the Maldonado portion of that hearing. So we will go ahead and start with the folks that are here. Thank you all. We can start with the Science Center. We will, because these issues are so different, I guess we'll probably take public testimony after each one and try to get through most of it fairly quickly until we get to the revenues, and then that'll take a little longer. So, Science Center administration, you want to explain to us why you think this will make enough money to do anything?
Nona Martinez, Department of Finance. This is a proposal which would reduce $12 million general fund out of the Science Center's budget to be replaced into the new Science Center fund by charging admission fees. It's intended that the Science Center should have maximum flexibility in how they establish these fees, either by charging different admission fees for children, students, and adults, or by doing something by bundling services to include IMAX and parking and those kinds of things. We do not have...
They already charge for those things.
They do, but you could bundle them with the entrance to the Science Center. You could craft a different form of fee. That would include more things. The plan has not been provided yet. We're still working on that, and we would anticipate that the fees would be developed within the next few months.
Do you have any basis for thinking you could make this much even if you did do fees?
It's not really known at this point whether or not we could actually achieve $12 million, but there is an assumption that some level could be achieved, and that would be developed along with the fees.
Senator Wright?
I would hope, Madam Chair, that we would look at other things. The studies that were done show you don't get anywhere near this amount of money. If you look at whether it was the Body Human or the Titanic or some of the other exhibits that you had marketing, you didn't get anywhere near that level. I think the other thing to consider, Madam Chair, is that about 85 or 90% of the visits to the Science Center are school kids. And so if you raise this, what you've really done is you've really sent a cost back to those schools. This is probably in Southern California one of the #1 destinations as a field trip. If you were at the Science Center today, you would probably see 100 or 200 school buses from as far away as Orange County and San Bernardino Riverside. In some cases, Madam Chair, all the way from San Diego up to Ventura. And I've seen buses as far as Santa Barbara that make a field trip into the Science Center. If you began charging fees, essentially these school districts would either have to fork that up or forego the trip. In addition, Madam Chair, we just are about to open the Life Sciences exhibit at the Science Center, where we have an additional, and I think we put up somewhere between $12 and $20 million to open it. And there's a foundation that provides the interior components. So if you shut it down, you would lose all of that as well. I think the fund itself is unnecessary because there's nothing that would preclude you, should you do a fee, from putting it into the existing park fund. So there's no need at all for a new fund. So, I mean, as I look at this, the question before us is whether or not we want to maintain the Science Center. To pretend that you're going to collect it with fees is almost laughable on its face. But the question is, do we maintain a Science Center in California? In addition, let me add that this would also probably do away with the African American Museum. It would probably do away with the Rose Garden. For people that don't know, and I'll shut up when you tell me, Madam Chair, but the Rose Garden in California is one of the largest urban rose gardens in the United States. It too would probably be done away with. And you would lose the park facility that is Exposition Park, which also has, Madam Chair, one of the largest senior citizens complexes and you just redid the park and the other elements with that. So you would not have this be, the City of Los Angeles and the County of Los Angeles couldn't maintain it. In addition, Madam Chair, there's the Natural History Museum that is also on the same site. You have a direct comparison because they do charge an admission fee, and they don't collect anywhere near. I think their collection fee at the Natural History Museum is somewhere in the neighborhood of about $600,000 or $700,000, which is restricted in part because of the fact that they charge and the other one does not. The school systems don't use the Natural History Museums specifically because they charge and they can't afford to go. So you would essentially render the Science Center to the same position as the Natural History Museum. So the question is not do we charge a fee or not. The question is do we close this center to which we've already invested in state revenue somewhere north of $60 million over the last 10 years. We have increased parking, and I think people are comfortable with parking.
And I heard they increased the IMAX fee recently, too.
The IMAX fee, and those fees, Madam Chair, do go into
direct service.
The fund for services. So that fund, in fact, you may recall, last year what we did is when we made a cut to the Science Center's operating fund, we actually shifted revenue from the Park Improvement Fund, which was the parking and the other things, to make up for the cut that we did so that we could preserve where we were going.
Finance, how much was the cut last year? Somebody? I forgot we cut it last year.
I don't have that
Somebody
number on
might
top
want to
of
look
my
at how
head.
much we used to fund this at.
But you remember, we shifted because we took money from the Park Improvement Fund that we were allowed to borrow, and it was still money that came from the same thing, so that allowed it to work.
Well, and then this money also supports the African American Museum, too.
Yes, they're on the same line item, Madam Chair, in the budget, so if you did that, it would essentially close them both.
All right. So, having heard that, Finance, LAO, did you have a view on this or whatever?
Rasha Chavez with the Legislative Analyst Office. We do recommend approval of charging an admissions fee to the Science Center, but withhold recommendation on the amount that could be charged to generate their fee revenues based on the Science Center's estimations.
All right.
Madam Chair, if I made a recommendation, I mean, people in Southern California who drive are accustomed to paying to park. Mm-hmm. Even the Getty Museum
charges for parking
and admission is free. And I think that
is there public transportation that goes to Expo Park? There would be.
Oh, it's served by the by bus lines, and they're building a Expo line that's going to run right past it. But I'm saying, but another thing that would be analogous is the Getty Museum is free, but you pay for parking. Yeah. People are accustomed to paying for parking. If we really were looking at revenue, it might be instructive to look at raising the parking fee, particularly, Madam Chair,
because it serves you can go anywhere with it.
And you could raise that. I mean, you could raise that during the SC events because they too pay into the parking when there's a football game, and you have 6 SC home games in addition to the other events that occur in the park. I would raise parking revenue, which would not discourage people from coming
and then
to those.
It would have to be. Does the parking revenue go for all of the museums in the park?
It goes into the Park Improvement Fund, and the Park Improvement Fund, you still have the obligation to maintain the security and the other things at the park. So it can suffice, as we did last budget year. You can take the Park Improvement Fund and use it for the maintenance of the Science Center as necessary, as a way to borrow money.
So everybody, that sounds like we ought to take a look at different ways of doing this. Is there somebody out there who wants to testify on this? I presume somebody from the Science Center might be here, besides Senator Wright. Oh.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Senators. My name is Cheryl Tateishi, and I'm the Deputy Director of the California Science Center. I've been there for 11 years, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to provide input. We agree with the statement that Senator Wright made with respect to the language. We do have in Food and Ag Code 4106 a mechanism to collect revenue for not only parking but facility rentals and any other types of museum business. We recognize unprecedented budget pressures, and we know that cuts are being made. The Science Center, too, like all other departments, are making these cuts. But we feel really strongly that admission fees would be counter to that. We look forward to an opportunity to work with the administration and certainly this committee to look at other options where we can realize some real net revenue.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anybody else? Oops, there she comes. Each folks, as your item may be coming up, see those guys lined up on the wall? They're used to this. If your item is next and you're expecting to testify, that's the lineup spot. So.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Duncanwood. I'll make this very short. My husband is a retired third-grade school teacher from Humphreys Avenue School in East Los Angeles. He took his class to the Science Museum exactly for the reasons that Senator Wright talked about. It was one of the few places that his first and second generation immigrant students could afford to go on a field trip. Please don't have an entrance fee to it. And we've always cherish the African American Museum also, so please listen to the suggestion as alternate fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Savings are always good, but they need to be based on reality. Next, Fish and Game. Change characters. Yeah.
I've got a question on that
Yes,
before
sir.
you disappear.
Oh, sorry. I'm missing. Sorry. Hold on. Senator Huff.
Because this is a hearing, and I don't know the answer to this, but how many state-subsidized museums do we have?
I think this is the only one, isn't it? Well, subsidized as opposed to... This one and the African American Museum, I think, are the only that are treated as state museums. There are others who have been funded at various times out of... There's Prop 84 monies and some of those kinds of things.
Yeah,
and in the past, the state... Once upon a time, about 10 years ago when we had money, we used to sometimes give money for exhibits or buildings or that kind of thing.
Have we considered fees before on admission?
I think so.
There's the Railroad Museum up here. I think
That's a state museum.
museum is also
State museum? Sorry, turn on your mic. I think it's
the Railroad Museum here.
The Railroad Museum in
is a
Sacramento.
state
They
museum.
charge fees. Do they get subsidized by the state, though?
They are subsidized.
They're subsidized and they charge fee. But again, the science
We appreciate your honesty here.
the Science Center with school children probably does somewhere north of about 1.5 million visitors a year. The Railroad Museum doesn't come close to that. I mean, you did have some spikes in attendance that were paid events when the Body Human or the Titanic, those were paid events, and that money did go into the Park Improvement Fund, which helped backfill some of the costs at the Science Center.
But it has been, traditionally it was the state's museum as opposed to others which are nonprofit, locally sponsored. Finance, did you?
Yeah, Matt Almy,
Could
Department
you
of
enlighten
Finance.
us?
Just a clarification, the Railroad Museum and other museums are actually part of the state park system
That's the difference.
and funded through Department of Parks and Recreation. The Science Center is independent of the park system, but there are several museums that are part of the state park system.
Yeah, there are park, yeah, so the others are parks. This one is the only, that's why I thought of it as the only one, because this and the African American Museum next door, basically in the same building, are the only state kind of state museums, standalone state
Kind of
museums.
interesting, but
It's an odd...
we do things strangely in this.
Well, I think, Senator, I mean, this happened back when, once upon a time, about the 80s, when Maxine was here, right?
I mean, well, remember, the Science Center in Exposition Park
Exposition Park.
it's actually an agricultural district, so it is similar to Del Mar. It's similar to Cal Expo. It is a expo. I mean, and to go back, that's why, yeah, but it's the sixth
Coliseum.
It's the sixth agricultural district of the state. It's not. Is it 6 or 7? Anyway, but
anyway,
6. And to further make it complicated, the Coliseum and the sports arena are actually in the park, but they are rented to an authority that runs them separately, and they also rent and send money back to the general fund. The Rose Garden is operated by the city, and the Natural History Museum is actually operated by the county.
Yeah.
So you've got the L.A. City, L.A. County, and the state all operate venues, as well as the separate entity called the Coliseum Commission that run the Coliseum and the sports arena under a lease that they have to
From
the
the
6
state.
agricultural districts. So all of that revenue does in fact go back. So we're clear. SC, for example, does pay rent
To the Coliseum.
to the Coliseum for the use of the facilities.
The problem is it's this big park that got divided up in this public manner hundreds of years ago, and
So my understanding is we have a structure in place for parking fees and for event rentals. Has a fee for admission ever been contemplated in the past, or have we had one there?
yeah, about every time there's a bad budget.
So we have contemplated that?
Yeah, we just never done it.
Okay, that was a follow-up question.
I think that's how we got parking fees. And
Do we have any clue where people come to this state museum? I heard you talking about Santa Barbara County, Orange County, San
mostly
Bernardino
LA.
County. It's mostly a regional kind of draw.
I would say as far north as Santa Barbara and
Yeah.
probably as far
Within
south
bus
as
range.
Orange and San Bernardino.
Okay.
I mean, and I just know that from having been there. My office was there for a number of years, and you could look at the letter on the school buses that came. They were frequently from all the school districts and places from around that I described.
Now, the committee notes are saying about 33% or a third of the visitors are school groups, and you had a much higher number than that.
Well,
Do we have any empirical data from the museum, or is it just conjecture? Does anybody know?
The 33% number that you do see is from the Science Center.
Okay, for the kids
Right,
that are going.
and that's from like reserved field trips. There's lots of school groups and youth groups that also come, so it's a much higher number. But I
Okay.
did want to say that in 2000, during the 2003-4 budget, there was a directive to look at admission fees, and we looked at a number of organizations, institutions, both within our state as well as throughout the country, and we came up with other options, and because we found that admission fees won't net the kind of money that
Right.
is meaningful. So we looked at doing add-on, and the Science Center does a lot of add-on fees. You know, to go to IMAX, there's an add-on. To attend a special programming, there's an add-on. If you want to do a high wire bike or some other types of experiences, there's add-on fees as well. So we look at other ways of collecting revenue, but not denying accessibility.
Okay, so 33%, a third of it is school
Reserved
groups.
school groups.
And then you said there's another significant amount that are school children.
Youth groups,
Youth
right.
groups.
Those
How
numbers
would
are
you-
caught because of our reservations, so we can catch that. For groups that are coming in that don't go through our reservations, but they're coming in field trips, lots of preschools, et cetera, those numbers aren't necessarily caught because they don't go through reservations.
So do you have a rough estimate of how many are kids versus how many are adults?
Our primary audience is students.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I think it's about 50%, including their parents, some with their parents, some in these random groups, right? It's that kind of thing.
Okay, but we did take two actions from that last study. We did raise our IMAX fee a couple times, and we also did raise parking.
Yeah. So we'll relook at the parking. I mean, the parking issue, depending on how it's shared with everybody, is kind of it's just such a complex site because you got all these other people.
And the
in it.
question was raised earlier about the amount of general fund that was cut prior, and that was $700,000.
Okay. Last year we cut
And
$700,000.
That was replaced with special fund from revenue.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate all those comments. All right. Fish and game. Now can I go to fish and game? Okay. And while we're waiting for everybody to switch, Keely, you want to call roll just because I think I have a quorum for a minute.
Ducheney.
Here.
Dutton. Alquist. Here. Ashburn. DeSaulnay. Huff. Here. Leno. Lou. Here. Lowenthal. Here. Maldonado. Negretti McLeod. Here. Padilla. Here. Semidian. Walters. Wright.
Here.
Okay. Fish and Game, LAO Department. Who wants to go first?
Matt Almey, Department of Finance. The governor's budget proposes a $5 million general fund reduction to the Department of Fish and Game's hunting and fishing program. Just to clarify, this proposal is not part of the special session. The governor's budget does not identify any current year savings. The $5 million would be in budget year savings. To put this in context, the difficult fiscal situation that the state finds itself in, we look to identify expenditures that were discretionary in nature, and we believe that Fish and Game's recreational hunting and fishing program fit that criteria of a discretionary criteria. As discussed in the comments in the agenda.
How much of that is fee funded, though? A lot of folks pay fees for that service, don't they?
Correct. The hunting and fishing program is split funded. I think there's about $37 million of Fish and Game Preservation Fund that supports the program, as well as $15 million in base funding of general fund.
I see.
And so our reduction would reduce the general fund share from $15 million to approximately $10 million. The Fish and Game Preservation Fund, which is what is supported from the fees, would remain the same.
And that's 37?
Yeah.
So what would this reduce? Bodies or what? What would the $5 million?
The focus of the reduction is on recreational hunting and fishing programs, as opposed to programs that protect endangered or threatened species. I have the Department of Fish and Game here to give you a little bit more detail behind that.
Why don't you do that?
Madam Chair, Kevin Hunting, Chief Deputy Director with the Department of Fish and Game. The general fund portion of our Program 25, our sport, hunting, and fishing program, generally covers our wildlife management, fisheries management, and marine life management, not MLPA, but marine management activities that support recreational and commercial fisheries.
Caught me. I was
wildlife.
going to go there. You knew that, huh? Okay.
So a variety of functions, including kind of primarily our on-the-ground wildlife management functions, habitat restoration, habitat management actions on state wildlife areas, some restoration activities in streams to support fisheries. So it's a little broader than just strictly hunting and fishing. The primary emphasis.
So what would not happen without this $5 million is what I'm trying to kind of get a feel for.
We would, of those three items that this $5 million supports in the hunting, the wildlife management program, there would be fewer people on our staffed wildlife areas to support hunting programs and to support wildlife, on-the-ground wildlife management activities. So, manipulating the landscape to increase its values for wildlife. In the fisheries arena, it's kind of the same. We have sport.
Don't you already only have like 2 people to monitor the whole coast anyway? I mean, the marine fisheries has been a problem because it's understaffed now. That's why nobody thinks the MLPA will work.
That's the main focus of the $5 million cut on the marine, our resources in the marine area, is monitoring for data collection to support fisheries bag limits and commercial fisheries quotas and those kinds of things.
Right. But given the relative inability to enforce that now based on, I mean, it seems to me, at least I've heard, that you don't have enough people doing that now, and you would reduce that?
Just to clarify, I believe you might be referring to the staffing of wardens as far as the enforcement.
Yeah, that too. But
Okay.
the fisheries question is kind of the same.
Okay. So for clarification, there's no reduction to the enforcement program in this proposal, and there's actually, in a separate budget proposal, an increase, I believe, about 7 wardens for enforcement. So this proposal doesn't really target any enforcement activities related to wardens.
Okay, but what about not looking for avian flu? Sounds to me like might be problematic.
Well, the department did receive some general fund to monitor waterfowl for avian influenza. That issue is not has the same relative importance as it does now. But yes, it would eliminate the program that we have that monitors waterfowl for avian influenza detection. Right.
That sounds unhealthy. But LAO?
Catherine Freeman with the Legislative Analyst's Office. We actually concur that the budget cut is probably appropriate at this time. It's a less than 10% cut to the general fund, and you're not bound.
It's 30% cut to the general fund, because he said it was only 15.
It's a less than 10% to the baseline.
To the total.
Right. However, you're not bound by the administration's plan. The plan just came out last night, and so at this point in time, one could take the cut and then work with the administration to set priorities for the Department of Fish and Game and take cuts with the least impact. We don't know what the federal funding cuts will be if the cut is taken as the way that Fish and Game has proposed. However,
is there a federal match for some of these activities? Oh, well, that wouldn't be a good idea.
So we think that a little time to look at how the cut should be taken would be prudent. However, the cut can be taken.
Well, you could not add, or you could not add people. That's a little. Senator Huff, did you have any thoughts?
You took care of my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
All right. Anybody else out there that wants to comment on this?
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Jason Ryan with the California Outdoor Heritage Alliance. We concur with what the LAO just said. We, just got the plan ourselves. The $5 million cut to Program 25 we think is particularly problematic in that we're targeting primarily hunting programs. And if you look at the line items, the hunting programs receive basically no general fund. We're talking $62,000. These programs are primarily funded through user fees, which our guys are more than willing to pay. And that really brings into question the federal dollars, which are Pittman-Robinson dollars, and we've seen an increase in those monies due to increased ammunition and firearms sales. So the state of California is actually going to receive additional federal money. If we essentially borrow from these user fees or take from these user fees, we're not only going to be redirecting money that is already inappropriately being spent, but we're going to lose those federal dollars. So, perhaps we can find a better place to cut $5 million. I mean, I'm sure we probably could, but to target hunting programs in particular, where almost entirely fee-based, just seems a little bit out of whack.
Well, but to the extent they're already fee-based, this wouldn't affect them because it doesn't affect the fee-based. My question to everybody, as you obviously go forward and try to think of a new plan, is how long has it been since any of those fees have been looked at? And for better or worse, a lot of fees in the state and gas taxes and stuff haven't been raised in 20 years. And I know folks willingly pay for fishing licenses and such, so I don't know what the status of these fees are.
Right, I think that's an excellent point. Our fees essentially go up every year. Our hunting license and fishing license sales are indexed. Additionally, when we enter a wildlife area, which is managed for the benefit of all species, not just those species that are hunted, we are essentially the only ones that pay for that access.
Yeah, you're helping pay for that. It's like green sticker fees.
Exactly.
Okay, so those are indexed? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We always used to try to get zero fishing licenses.
Just a point of clarification, there's actually two funds within Fish and Game. There's a dedicated Fish and Game Preservation Fund where it's a strict user fee where you buy certain stamps, and the revenue from that fee is directed specifically for that activity. Then there's a broader based fee which is deposited into, it's called the non-dedicated Fish and Game Preservation Fund, and
that's what this is.
That is much more fungible, and it can be used for a variety of various wildlife and fish restoration projects, and so there's some fungibility there, and it's used for activities such as salmon restoration, that types of thing.
All right, well, it would seem to me, that this isn't mandatory to be done immediately, and now that we've kind of talked about it, when it comes back to subcommittee, I think folks are going to want to know, how much federal funds are doing what and what's necessary to match them. What is the new, fee revenue projected and such things, and, kind of look at what are we really doing here and look at the whole department, not just that piece of it. I think.
Right, and if I could add, I agree with what Fian said, that there are dedicated and non-dedicated accounts. However, there are some tags, for instance, the deer tag, which is already split. 54% goes into the dedicated account, 46% goes into the general preservation fund within the department. So you already see user fees being diverted for non-user fee purposes, essentially. So I don't think it's quite as cut and dry.
All right, somebody needs a plan. All right, next. All right, anybody else want to, sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay.
It's Kim Delfino with Defenders of Wildlife. I think Jason touched on most of the points we wanted to raise. The main thing I wanted, and it sounds like this will go back for more cooking, but when you look at the distribution of general fund in Program 25, most of the money goes to sports fishing. So when you're cutting $5 million, I'm just a little curious because the conversation here really revolved around the hunting issue. But when you've only got what is it, 62,000 being proposed to general fund in hunting, I'd be curious to know really what's being proposed in sport fishing. And the other point I really wanted to make is $30 million was already cut out of general fund from Fishing Game's budget last year.
$30 million?
Right. What they did, what happened was general fund was cut by $30 million and backfilled by $30 million of the preservation fund.
Oh, I see.
And what we've got going on now here is a continuation of basically cutting general fund and backfilling it with the preservation fund money and draining down the preservation fund, which is essentially an unsustainable approach. I think we should be looking at fees and other ways of trying to have a more stable funding source into the department.
Point of clarification, the $30 million was a one-time fund shift, and the governor's budget has restored the $30 million general fund for the budget year, and then subsequent to that $30 million restoration, we are now proposing a permanent $5 million reduction to hunting and fishing.
Right, but they're planning on backfilling that $5 million with additional money out of the preservation fund. So again, you took $30 million out of the preservation fund, and now another $5 million is going to come out this year.
At this point, there's no fund shift backfill
They're not
portion
proposing
of
an
it.
actual backfill. They're just proposing not to do the stuff. That's why it's a little touchy.
Well,
It's an actual
I
cut.
would actually ask the department to clarify that point.
Well, that's why they're going to all spend lots of time talking about this over the next couple of weeks, including you and him. I mean, no, it'll get. I mean, this just came out yesterday. People are just looking at it, how to do it, whether it should be done, how it could be done. I mean, savings are good, but how to do that, I think, is something people are going to want to spend a little more time talking about. So, okay, thank you very much. Automated speed enforcement.
I would like to see that.
I thought you might. Well, why don't we let everybody else talk first, and then we'll get there.
We're all going to speak on it. Just calm me down. Please, Denise, calm me down. I'm not. Denise, you want to talk about this? Denise, you're in. You go out and you tell us what you're doing.
All right, LAO, I know you have a handout, but you want to, well, I don't know, should we let finance try to describe this to us? Why? Or you want to really take the burden for that? All right, let the LAO, go ahead.
Drew Soderborg, Legislative Analyst's Office. If you turn to the first page in your handout, we have an overview of the governor's proposal, but I'm sure finance would be willing to answer more technical questions about it. But to the overview, essentially, the governor's proposal, under existing law, locals are authorized to implement automated red light enforcement systems. The governor proposes to also authorize locals to use automated enforcement systems to identify individuals who are speeding. And it would also establish new and different penalties for individuals caught speeding. We also note that the split of revenues would be different under the governor's proposal than the way revenues from traffic infractions are usually handled. Under existing state law, revenue is allocated between a myriad of different special funds at the state and local level. Under the governor's proposal, 85% of ASE revenue would be transferred to the state and then deposited in the trial court trust fund. The remaining 15% of revenue would be retained by the jurisdiction in which the violation occurred.
Does anybody know how many cities have used the red light authority?
I'm not sure of the exact number, but there's a relatively extensive list of cities that have done it.
Madam Chair, this is Lockwood
Yes.
Theodore from the Department of Finance. I know one vendor has, I believe, 77 cities in California with red light cameras right
77 cities out of 450, 78?
I don't know if how many other vendors there are with how many other jurisdictions, but that's just one vendor. But they are the primary vendor in the state.
77, okay. Just trying to figure out where we already have them, if you were to pilot this at all.
We have about 600. Yeah.
Pardon?
There's about 600 existing red light cameras throughout the state.
600 cameras, but possibly only in 70, less than 100 cities.
Yes, yes. And so the administration estimates that the proposal would result in an additional $398 million in revenue in 2010-11. Of that amount, $338 million it assumes would be deposited in the trial court trust fund. $41 million of that amount would be used to offset increases in the cost of court security, and the remaining $297 million would offset a general fund cut to the trial courts. If you turn to the next page in your handout, you'll see some of our comments on the governor's proposal. Overall, we feel like the proposal is a good one because it would create the opportunity for locals to generate some revenue and the state to generate some revenue, and it would also have public safety benefit. However, there are a few shortfalls we feel in the proposal. Specifically, one of the shortfalls we've identified is the fact that the ASE fine differs from existing speeding violations. So under the governor's proposal, drivers caught speeding by an ASE system would, depending on their speed, pay either a greater or lesser amount than they would if they were caught with by a police officer or a sheriff's deputy. We basically
Seems a bit odd. Finance, was that on purpose or by accident?
No, that was on accident. That was looking.
Speeding. Yeah, that's right.
Speeding through the development of the proposal. So let's just, just so we're not talking apples and oranges here, Finance agrees that if you were to do such a thing, existing red light, red speeding fees would be, those fines would be the existing fees. Fines.
We would make them consistent, yes.
Yeah, speeding.
Speeding.
Yeah, right.
Another one of the shortfalls we felt was with the proposal is that under the current proposal, all of the revenue would be directed to the courts, which we feel really limits the legislature's flexibility in using the new revenue, and we don't really feel there's a compelling policy rationale for linking all of the ASE revenue to courts. We also feel that the revenue estimates...
How much fine money goes to courts now? Doesn't the fine money goes to court? How much of the fine money from an average today's speeding ticket, yesterday's red light ticket, goes to the court?
I'm not sure what percentage goes, but there is a share of it that ends up... Yeah, there's an extremely complicated distribution system, and some of it ends up trickling down to the courts.
All right, go ahead. Just trying to define the terms as we go. We'll get to the courts can speak later.
So we also feel that the governor's proposal, the revenue estimates seem pretty optimistic. Specifically, we feel that the estimate that over 80% of the roughly 600 red light enforcement systems that currently exist would be modified and fully operational within 6 months is somewhat of an optimistic estimate. We also feel that given the governor's proposed division of revenue between the state and local governments, some local jurisdictions might not have enough of a fiscal incentive to actually implement the systems, and thus we feel that the actual level of revenue the state would get under the governor's proposal could be far less than the $398 million assumed in the budget. If you turn to the last page in your handout, you'll see our recommendations for modifying the proposal. As we mentioned before, Finance agrees that we should establish the fines so that they'll be identical to existing speeding fines. We also feel that the revenue should be deposited in the general fund so that we'll have maximum flexibility with how to use it. We also feel that there should be an increase in the amount of oversight given to the new revenue source, and the legislature may want to consider requesting an audit of the collection and distribution of the revenues. And finally, we feel that the legislature should consider changing the split of the revenues in order to ensure that cities and counties have a fiscal incentive, or at least no disincentive, to implement the program. For example, if the legislature were to increase the local share from 15% to 25%, we estimate the ASE system would bring in around $200 million, with about $150 million going to the state.
Okay, Finance?
Any other questions?
We've commented on the issue of the fine inconsistencies. We still believe that the fund should offset the trial courts as well as provide them a general support for additional court security fees. We don't have any issues with additional oversight, and we'd be open to looking at the split. We think there might be some opportunity possibly for additional units to the extent that we increase the sharing to a 75-25% split.
Does anybody have any issues, or has anybody talked about I'm getting there. Hold on. The consistency problem of some people do this and some people don't, enforcing speeding around the state. I mean, I understood Arizona did this and they did it on the freeways. You're not proposing to do it in the highways?
No, this would be cities and counties at intersections and mid-block. I think people have thought it was only at red lights, but it also authorizes mid-block units to be installed. Our estimate is only for red light intersections at this point.
So you're just presuming that folks who have these cameras already would recalibrate them to test how fast you're going when you go through?
Yeah, our understanding is that
even
currently,
if you're going on the green light?
Right, it's any time through the intersection. But they also would be authorized at
it would tag you for 1 mile or 2 miles, or
it would be what the local jurisdiction would have the systems calibrated at as far as when they would go off. This would, I believe, that's already with red light as to how far you can be into the intersection before the picture is taken of you as you drive through.
Interesting. Okay. The rest of you sitting here are what I would call public comment. That's why I was kind of holding back here. There's other public comment. Are you up against the wall for this one or for something else? Okay. But I take it that you all represent the
Madam
proponents.
Chair?
Is that how this is working? And the courts are here, and I know there's some other folks that want to testify as well. Senator Huff?
Just a quick question.
Just members have other questions.
LAO or Finance, did either of you check the revenue stream to the existing speeding tickets that flows to various state funds, or do you think it impacts that at all? Anybody?
We didn't look at that in terms of what would be the impact.
So are you assuming then that the existing speeding tickets are a totally separate thing from these?
Well, those are written up by, peace officers that are there at the spot. This would be, they could be somewhere else. So to the extent that someone's speeding now where no one is, they're not getting anything. But here, you'd have a passive revenue opportunity as well as the public safety opportunity to reduce intersection accidents.
And how much will this take a hit to local government that's already installed these cameras?
There wouldn't be a hit per se. I'm not sure the question about being a hit to them.
Well, they get revenue off of it now. The state gets no revenue?
On red light?
On red light cameras?
That would stay, that's a separate and apart crime. So this would be speeding. This is a new infraction that's not
speeding?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Do have members who have questions, but maybe we will let the proponents and the courts talk first, and then we'll do a little more member questions, and then we'll go to the other public testimony. How's that? Go ahead. Oh, you're opponents. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, then who are you here? Okay. Okay. So you sat at the table, so you threw me off because I thought you were here with finance. I thought you were here with finance because you came to the table. Okay, so you're just like Mr. Lowenthal. So, okay, then I'm going to let the courts go first. I thought you were...
Silence me.
Okay, all right. I'm going to let the courts go first then. As an institutional representative, I thought because you were sitting there, you were with finance on this. So that's okay.
Thank you, Madam
Sorry,
Chair.
it was such a rarity I couldn't figure it out. So. Go ahead, Ms. Vickery.
Maybe I could see if he wants to speak for me. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Bill Vickery for the Judicial Council. First, I want to make clear this is a policy issue of creating a new offense as well as an enforcement strategy, and that's outside of our purview to take any position on those kinds of issues, obviously. So I want to address the kinds of issues that we think, if you decide to do something like this, that we would like to see addressed. And I'll just mention them very quickly and then respond to any questions if you have them. Under the legislative analyst's proposal of shifting the money to the general fund, we obviously are concerned if that creates a new $296 million hole in the court budget. And as you know, you've heard from us that we feel that the reductions that have been made in the trial court budget went too deep and are not sustainable, and that our number one effort is to try to see that we address those issues so that the courts can be fully open next year in the process. Number two, there's nothing in the proposal that addresses the cost of administering these functions in our court system. It roughly would increase the number of infractions in our trial courts potentially by 50% in the process. We've followed up with the state of Arizona to meet with them to talk about what occurs in that state, and as I understand it, and we've only talked to them very briefly, and we're going to set up a more extensive discussion to understand how they're administering it, and they say they've made a variety of efficiencies in process, but they're still of what they say is roughly $35 million in revenue to their state under this plan. Their administrative overhead for costs inside the courts is just a little over 10% of that amount. And so it's not extraordinary, but we think in terms of the impact of individuals in line, the impact in terms of processing people through security, the backroom work by the clerks, as well as the percentage, if there aren't procedural changes made, of people that would be asking for hearings before judges would be not insignificant in the process. And so it's just an issue that, like anything else, needs to be addressed as it moves forward. Finally, in the court system, as I think some of you know from our meetings with you, the budget for security in the courts is still operating with both a shortfall in terms of the base level of funding for the level of security that we have had in the courts for the past number of years. That doesn't take into account bringing everybody up to standard. And we will have increased costs next year of about $15 million for the existing level of security. So we have proposed and do support a change in the existing security fee to address that hole in the security budget, and making these security fee changes that you made last year permanent, so we can have a level of stability in the security budget that sheriffs can rely on and know is there, and that the local courts can as they plan their security. This proposal provides a mechanism of funding that $41 million that fills a large part of that hole in that process as an alternative to including or addressing the security fee. And so I just want to highlight the importance of dealing with the security hole in the budget. There obviously are a variety of strategies that you as a legislature and the governor and executive branch can decide on to address that hole, but we do think that needs to be addressed however you do it. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. All right. Now, Mr. Broad.
Barry Broad on behalf of the Teamsters. How do I hate thee? Let me count the winners. This is an absolutely awful proposal. It's been around before, and I wouldn't want to face my constituents after this thing gets done. This photo radar speed enforcement has been a wish list of these private companies. The primary one is named Red Flex. They're the ones who pushed it. They're the ones who pushed it in the governor's office. That's why it's happening. They get a big bunch of dough out of this. They get paid a piece of the action. It's well, let me put it this way. To use a term my son uses, it would creep you out, or should. In any event,
Is that who's doing it in Arizona, just as we check in on the Arizona thing? Okay.
Yeah. And you should go to their website, because it's great, because it just kind of shows you how we're moving towards the surveillance state, because there's no people anywhere. There's just machines on it. I mean, it's sort of the cyborg government or something. Anyway, but leaving aside the disgusting philosophical
have 2-minute limits around
here. Yeah,
I
understand.
I got a big agenda. Okay.
When you go through a yellow light, yellow lights are controlled by local jurisdictions. They can shorten it as much as they want. So you enter the intersection legally. They shorten the yellow light. And what do we all do to safe if it turns yellow? We speed up. And then, ka-chink, a $500 check, a bill arrives from the government that goes to Mr. Vickery and his Supreme Court justices, who, of course, run for re-election but never take a position on anything. But maybe we'll have to tell them.
Not allowed to.
Yeah, well.
Okay.
That's what the Judicial Council does. So anyway, The
editorial comment aside.
Yeah. All right. So this is a tax increase for chickens. Okay. In other words, you do this, and you get to vote that it is simply going to, as they say, double the amount of speeding tickets, whether people are endangering anybody at all or not. So if you want to send your constituents,
Dr. House, it's a governor's proposal.
Well, I know, and he's leaving town, and this is like the biggest get-out-of-town proposal I've ever seen in all the years I've been watching get-out-of-town proposals, because this is like elected official nightmare, this one. But anyway, if you want to see your constituents mad, have $500 tickets arrive in the mail, right? And then all the poor people, right, they can't pay them. So then what happens is, then they wind up getting failures to appear, and they wind up in the judicial system, and they wind up with bench warrants, and they wind up going to jail so that red flex can get rich, and these local governments can get some money, or the courts, to do whatever they do now to them. It's just so rotten, I can't even believe it. It's just really, really bad. And you should just bury this thing so fast and so deep that it never bubbles up again from the inner parts of the earth where it resides. Thank you.
Was that support or opposition?
I think that was opposition.
Madam Chair, could I suggest if this is going to put pressure on the jail system, it be ROCA'd? I think, Senator Leno would.
Yeah, well, Leno and Lowenthal are jumping up and down too, but I sort of want to let the public go, and then we can ask more questions. Is that fair? Okay. Get through them out. We'll get through now. Okay.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee.
Because I have a lineup, mostly.
James Lombardo on behalf of the Beta California Motorcycle Riders. We believe that fines and penalties should be to deter people from breaking the law, not to be revenue generating. Our lives are at stake every time we go through an intersection. Most motorcycle accidents are in intersections. And to encourage people to drive more dangerously than they do currently with a red light, or a lot of times they slam on the brakes and run into us. Secondly, this committee passed the bill 1581 by Assemblywoman Fuller that talked about mandating cities and counties to change the lights to allow motorcycles and bicycles to be detected. And I served on a committee that implemented that law. During those meetings, we met with the traffic engineers, who the city of Long Beach, Los Angeles, San Bernardino, San Francisco, all under that bill, where we're trying to lengthen yellow lights so we can get bicycles and motorcycles through safely. They would argue with us that the city managers during that time were asking them to shorten the yellow lights so they could generate more revenue. Flat out, right during that. We weren't even dealing with this kind of an issue, just under the current law with red lights. And of course, they were arguing that doing that jeopardizes people. And this is just a horrible safety measure for constituents. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. I don't know that I'll be quite as provocative as speakers who came before me. I am from the California State Association of Counties. I want to make clear we do not have a position on the proposal, nor do we have policy on red light or automated enforcement versus other options. First, we do appreciate the aspect of the governor's proposal that recognizes a need for additional court security funding. We're trying to look at this proposal from a practical perspective to answer the question that you likely have, which is, will counties weigh in and exercise their authority to opt in? Unfortunately, I'm here to tell you today I don't know. Because the revenue model was tied to the red light cameras, I think folks sort of thought, well, we don't do red light cameras for the most part. They're mostly in cities. So we're really trying to have our counties take a step back and say this would be an opportunity to, both from a public safety and a revenue side, to consider it. And we will let you know as that information comes in. Thirdly, I just want to make sure that our position is heard, that we don't think the revenue structure, the incentive structure, probably works as it is. There is a great deal of administrative duties associated with operating these, and we're not sure the 15% will quite cover those costs, and you obviously want to set it up in such a way to encourage people to participate should this proposal go forward. And finally, we are working with the Department of Finance. I think it was an oversight, but we want to make sure that as current law is set up, that counties and the courts for delinquent payments have the opportunity to offset their costs of collecting before the distribution is done.
Yeah, well, that's the same problem courts have. If you were to do this, the cost of administering it, I don't think has been built into this at all, even if one were to consider it, which I'm not hearing anybody up here that's interested, but go ahead. Next.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Tim Chang with the Auto Club of Southern California, AAA. I just like to hit a few points in this brief time. We do concur that speed cameras should only be used for a legitimate traffic safety purpose and not to generate revenue, as this proposal seems to put the paramount. That seems to be its primary concern. As someone else has indicated, automated enforcement is prone to abuse. We have seen it not only here in our state but in other states. In your area, Senator, there was the problem with the red light cameras. They put it at an intersection on the way back from the airport without a regard to what the traffic conditions, the safety history was. It was just a high-volume intersection. They lowered the yellow timing on it, and they generated millions of dollars. The courts had to intervene and disqualify many of the tickets that were outstanding. So we know that this is the wrong approach for our state. We also think that this is inconsistent with California's basic speed law, which is premised on unreasonable speed for conditions. As we understand these cameras, they would be set at some arbitrary number above the posted limit without regard to what the conditions are, and the officer or the ticketing agency would not know what the conditions were at the time, so they can't make those qualitative judgments. It would just be a finite amount over the speed limit. So we do see that as a problem. And to also build upon something that I think Mr. Broad pointed out, these fines are going to be, they're real money for people in this recessionary time. And what we feel is that if they pay the fine, if they're able to pay the fine, then that's fine. But if they're not, and they fall into the system, as Barry said, but more importantly, they will also get points for these violations. And as they accumulate points, their insurance rates are going to go up because that's how it works. And we know when people get more points, insurance goes up, and they're apt to fall out from the insurance system. They're going to go bare, and we're going to have a greater uninsured motorist problem, we believe. So that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that perspective.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. Paula Liberty with the AAA of Northern California. We currently have 4 million members. I just will echo the comments of the previous witnesses and just add a couple of things. I want to talk a little bit about our basic speed law, as Tim brought up, and in terms of what it's based on, and that is the road conditions, weather, traffic, the length of the roadway, and it's designed such that a person who could be traveling at the posted speed limit or even below the posted speed limit may still be driving in a dangerous fashion and therefore subject to a ticket. And conversely, you could be driving a couple of miles over the speed limit and not be driving in an unsafe condition. So the officer has the judgment to make that call and make that determination. And that's something that we don't get with these cameras. So what we could wind up with this kind of system are people who are not driving dangerously and perhaps driving a couple of miles over the speed limit getting hit with these $300, $200 tickets. So, and then one other thing with respect to where these are going to be placed. Now, it's our understanding under the bill or under the proposal that there are some options.
Do we have actual trailer bill on this? Okay.
That there are options, but right now under the current revenue estimates, they would be placed at intersections that currently have red light cameras. So as you said, they would be calibrated and pick these up. But these intersections have not been evaluated, and there hasn't been a determination that there is a true speeding traffic safety issue at these intersections. So once again, that's something that if these are to get public acceptance and if they are to have any traffic safety benefit, they have to be done in a way where there is full policy vetting, there is studies that we can justify where they need to be, and then that way you don't get the public backlash like is going on in Arizona right now, and there is truly public backlash with respect to these cameras. Thank you.
Last up. I think the last one. Anybody else out there? Okay.
Good afternoon. Ignacio Hernandez on behalf of the California Attorneys for Criminal Justice. We are a statewide association of criminal defense attorneys. I think the prior witnesses covered all of our comments, but let me just highlight a couple of things, and I think Mr. Broad really hit on it. The majority of these individuals who will have problems either trying to explain their situation, that perhaps they were driving safe for those conditions, are folks who can't afford attorneys. And we are finding that up and down the state, county budgets are decimating our public defender offices. So we're going to end up with individuals, a higher number, the calendars and traffic courts are going to go up. Public defender offices can barely keep up and actually are not keeping up with the current roles, and so this is just going to exacerbate it. We're going to end up with individuals who, which we see all the time in traffic court, failures to appear because they don't appear or they don't pay the fine on time, which is a much bigger problem than the initial ticket. So there are a lot of problems with this. And let me just also add on, in terms of the resources for the courts, and I think someone mentioned about some of this money going for the security fee, making that permanent. We are of the position, and have been of the position, that before the legislature makes an additional security fee permanent, again, paid by individuals who are convicted, that we have to do an overall evaluation of the funds that are already collected. There are millions and millions of dollars collected each year by criminal fines and fees, and there has not been an overview of how that money is being spent, if it's being spent in the best way possible, if there are other ways that we can maximize the impact of those dollars. So before we make any new fee permanent, we ask the legislature take a look at that, and we've been on record on that for the last few years. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Senator Lowenthal.
I think I've done very well keeping myself calm. And while I do appreciate that the fiscal impact of this proposal do affect the courts, and I am very concerned about the funding of the courts and will be as supportive of funding of the courts, there are significant policy implications of this, that this proposal should be vetted through the Transportation Committee. This is a policy committee where we hear various policy implementations, and the purpose, just to remind the LAO and finance, the purpose of automated enforcement is to enhance safety, not to generate revenue. That's it. This came out of the automated cameras came out of safety issues where crossing railroad grade crossings was dangerous. That was the first time that the legislature said you could have automated cameras at railroad grade crossings, when we heard that there were particular safety issues of going through red lights, and where cities wanted to ensure for safety purposes, not for revenue generation, we allowed this to happen. This is a cynical attempt to generate revenue without dealing with the policy. Let me just give you an example of what I've just been through the last week, and I will tell you where the public is. And I introduced a bill through the policy committee which had to do with, I thought, provided greater flexibility for local governments in terms of parking requirements. Now, you can take one side or the other. I'm not here to debate that bill, and I understand that. It had gone through, was vetted. The public, for whatever reason, saw this as a way of taking away their free parking. And they were livid at us, and they just I cannot tell you, every newspaper, the public out there, they just, not because of what the bill said, because there is this tremendous cynicism out there about government, and they didn't want to hear what the bill said. They just wanted to let us know that that was really an attempt to take away something that they had, even though that wasn't. Well, this is an attempt to generate revenues without dealing with public safety, and that cynicism that public has out there towards government will be exacerbated so greatly with this that if we do this, we may solve this few pennies, but there will be a part-time legislature. They are so angry because there is no justification. It has never gone through a policy committee. We have never dealt with the policy implications of this. This is just to generate revenue. This is a terrible idea. Thank you.
Let me concur with the flavor and the content of the chair of Transportation Committee, Lowenthal. And I also want to say I'm here to support appropriate levels of funding for security and other operations of the court.
Right.
And would happen to see even insignificant restoration to 20th century levels of the vehicle license fee, for example. But I didn't hear any proponent voice attempt to make the case that this is going to improve public safety. There wasn't even a
Didn't
single
hear any
argument.
proponents
There was
on
not.
this
There
issue
wasn't even
other
an
than-
attempt. And I think the lie to this is that if it were a sincere attempt to improve public safety, this would have to be coupled with a statewide standard for length of yellow light, because otherwise it can be gamed for revenue at the local level so easily. And I hadn't recognized how this, combined with the red light cameras, that you would actually be forced to speed up where you wouldn't otherwise. So it actually is a detriment to public safety as opposed to any kind of benefit to public safety. And irrespective of this proposal, which I don't think has much merit at all, we should be looking at a statewide standard for length of yellow lights.
It'd be a different way of looking at it. I see one more group of folks who want to tell us why this isn't a good idea, I suspect. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members, Aaron Reed.
So finance has heard them all.
Representing the California Association of Highway Patrolmen and also PORAC. And we are opposed to these cameras, and many of you have made very salient arguments, and I don't want to repeat them all. But officers for CHP, for example, issue over 1 million tickets a year. But they also issue warnings about 600,000 a year. And it makes a difference. They sometimes stop somebody they know absolutely, if they gave them a ticket, that ticket, when you add the fines and penalty assessments, is $500, $600, $700, $800. They know that they can't afford it. They know that the children might not have food. They really do have a heart. I've been asked to support increased fines and penalties around here on occasion by members, and I take it back to the association, and they say no. They're already too high. So they do care about that. And we've been offered bounties. You'll get some portion of the fine to the CHP. And want to make it clear, they don't get a penny from a citation, not a penny. All of the revenue that's generated by those more than 1 million tickets goes to the courts and to local government, not to the CHP. But we have a hard time because the public sometimes thinks that it does. And if you pass something like this, they'll be even more angry. And the anger will manifest itself once. I mean, they'll be mad at the legislature, of course, but they'll be mad at the officers on the street because they'll blame them somehow for letting it happen. So we're here to say we hope you don't approve it.
Thank you. Appreciate that perspective. He spoke for you, or you wanted to speak too?
Oh, no, I will always let Aaron speak for me.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Sean, for the record, Sean Stevens is a quarter-century career CHP officer. He rides motors in Los Angeles, and he happens to be the legislative chair of the association, and he's one of those that cares.
Well, welcome to our public hearing process.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
We hope to see you back on better times. All right. Anybody else care to chime in on this at all? Oh, Senator Huff and then Senator Lowenthal.
Yeah, ironically, Mr. Broad made a good point about speeding up the intersections, but you could feasibly find 2 tickets at that, one for violating a red light as you're trying to get through and one for speeding. Whereas there, again, you don't have officer discretion in, just doing the most egregious or whatever. But the second thing is the safety. The experience is where these are in location, and we had a new one pop up in my district, there's more rear-end accidents because somebody comes up there, they see, oh my God, there's a new camera there, they slam on their brakes, somebody behind hasn't seen the sign, texting, whatever they're doing. Joe Simidian's not here. Slams into the back of that car, and you got an accident. Yeah, there you go. Get another ticket. So you have that whole safety issue. Counties do these. I have one down in my district, unincorporated area. I don't know how prevalent that is. That's an L.A. county. But there again, it was put in for safety reasons. It was not put in for revenue reasons. Many of the local jurisdictions do put these in for revenue reasons. And that's a slippery slope I'm very concerned about, particularly because we are going to put the trial courts, and we're going to tie it to that, and if it does its job properly, is a declining revenue source. And so then you get them hooked on a different revenue source, and then that declines. What do we do with it then? Finally, and this is something near and dear to Senator Lowenthal's heart. I think a better source of revenue would be those Amber Alert signs. Doesn't punish anybody, change it out, we get advertising revenue on it, but that doesn't hit people in their pocketbook like this does. It doesn't get them angry at us like this does. Thank you.
Get rid of me as your transportation guy.
All right. So, Senator Lowenthal, the last word.
I just wanted to comment on the revenue side. I've already been real clear about the policy and that it's a non-vetted, and I think there are really issues whether this really helps public safety. I don't think it's really designed at all for public safety. It's just for revenue generation. That in Arizona, since September of 2008, where they started to collect fines, they have had, for automated speeding on the 76 on their phone, they have issued tickets worth about $127 million. They've only collected about 35 to 36 million. People are so angry there now that they're not paying. Gets back to the comment that I think Mr. Reed made, that when you have a chance to talk to an officer about that, you have your chance, and then you can go to. Here, people just feel like they've been used, exploited, and they're not paying. The data is we tie it to something, and the money wouldn't come. Because that's been the experience, unless anybody can, that they're receiving, their payments are about 1/4 of what the tickets are now.
Finance.
Madam Chair, on that point, we did ask one of the reasons why there was such a difference. In California, the payment rate is about 72 to 75%.
We haven't done this.
On red light payments. In Arizona, my understanding is that the method in which the fine is served, that if they do not respond, then the state has to go and actually physically serve, whereas in California it would be an issue of being able to renew your car. And so there's a link. And so there is a greater opportunity for California. So that's the reason.
Right.
So there's a difference in the process.
They'll take your car.
And then as far as public safety, Arizona Department of Transportation did issue a report in which they, and I can provide this to the committee, they had overall total crashes reduced by 44 to 54%. Total number of injury crashes decreased 28% to 48%. There were 63% reduction in single vehicle crashes, 48% reduction in side swipe crashes. And so while there may be increases in yellow light stops, those are much less damaging than T-bone intersection speeding at red lights. And so while there may be an increase on one, the decrease in the other is pretty substantial. And the economic benefit, they say, is that based on medical costs, quality of life costs, and other costs.
This is all from Arizona?
Yes. Lost productivity, wages, long-term care, annual savings would be between $15 and $17 million.
But they did it on freeways.
You didn't do it on intersections in Arizona.
It's just you said there was no data in terms of public safety. I'm attempting
He's just trying to give you the data they had on public safety.
But when you're talking about reducing accidents, that's on highways. We're not talking about highways. Tell me what happens at intersections.
I'm sorry, I don't have it. At least I'm trying to provide something to the committee.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. We get that there was some background here, and you might want to share that with folks. But you got a long road to hoe to get to this one. I think my biggest concern was the finance one. I mean, actually, I think it goes to declining revenue issues somebody raised. But if it did work at all, it probably wasn't a very stable revenue source to stream to the courts and give them any sense of stability. So it's an experimental policy. So I think Senator Lowenthal's point about it's a policy is sort of well taken and probably would have to go to public safety too. And if it were to move at all, and the revenue side of it is shaky. Whether it would be a consistent source of revenue for the courts, whether it would cost more to implement than it's worth, and certainly it would create a lot more hysteria than it's probably worth. So we should all look for another $300 million because we do need the $300 million to support the courts, but this may not get there in time to help them in July. All right. Next issue. Corrections. These are I'm sorry, finance. Sorry.
We had one more issue that is raised in the agenda regarding an delay in the Conservatorship and Guardianship Act.
I'm sorry, I forgot. I skipped right over that. I'm sorry.
That's been done now 3 years
Several
running.
times. Yeah, I know. We really did want this to happen, but it does not appear anybody has the resources to do it.
It's not a special session proposal, but it has been raised.
Well, Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse
But
me.
I do
Somebody
want to
wants
say
to talk
something about
that.
this.
Okay.
Californians with
Apologize.
Disability Rights. I'm Randy Hicks of Californians with Disability Rights. Now, we helped try to pass this piece of legislation way back when.
Yeah.
The problem of it is, the problem is getting exasperated because of the courts are getting all tied up and they don't have the money to. Do you know how much, when you have bad economic times, you are going to have abuse? You're going to have financial abuse. You're going to have physical abuse. And one of the things that legislation addressed was also private conservatancies.
Yeah.
Private conservatancies who are only taking money for contracts to get patients, to treat them like chattel. Just say, we got you a client, we can set you up, and then they don't have any oversight. This is still going on. The abuse is still going on. And I keep looking at this, and I said, 2007, 2008, 2008, 2009, 2010. There's a study that's been done, and I should find this study and give it all to you, about how much conservative abuses have continued, especially with private conservators. Either we find it here, or we're going to end up paying for it in the long run through either a lawsuit, or we're going to have to find a way to find federal funding to get this program going.
So that would be a good try.
And that's what that's why I'm up here. People can always complain about things and not have ideals. I think we should find some federal funding so we can protect our citizens who are the most vulnerable. It's bad enough that they're losing on SSI. It's bad enough that they're losing on IHSS, but they won't be able to stay in their own homes to be protected. That's not right. So like I said, revenue source could be federal funding. Let's check out the federal government, see if we can get some money, because obviously we're not going to get it this time either, are we?
Well, we're cutting seniors. One of the problems, and the reason you do need this program in some ways, is that we're cutting services to seniors. But any of you who were here yesterday, I mean, IHSS, SSI, all of those are on the chopping block again at the moment. And and last year we cut MSSP and aging services, and so yes, it's a very real issue, and everybody's clear on it. It's why the policy was passed. Whether the courts, given that they're having to close one day a week and they don't have any security right now, are in a position to implement this, I think federal funding might be an option. There has been somebody might want to take a look around some of the more recent federal bills, Burn JAG, and some of the court things and
we were
such,
looking
and see
into
if
that.
Victims assistance in some ways might be helpful for something
Crime
like
victims
this.
assistance, we're looking into that too.
That might work.
So thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that thought. I know we have put it off for, it's 4 years or something, so it is way past time to do it. Anybody? I'm sorry. I apologize. I just sort of jumped the page by accident. So, all right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. CDCR. We have these two issues, members. We talked a bit last week about some other the policy proposal on the wobblers in prisons, but there were these couple of other suggestions from the governor that we didn't talk about as extensively, so we carried them over to this week. That was the day that we got kind of rushed out of here. So. All right, page 5, Division of Juvenile Justice, your population management suggestions. Finance or department, however you want to do that.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Bernie Warner, Chief Deputy Secretary, Division of Juvenile Justice. As part of the Governor's proposal to reduce the population of DJJ and continue to reduce the funding for the state system, there are 3 proposals. One is to lower the age of jurisdiction to 21. Is currently 25. The second proposal is to shift youth who are convicted in adult court under the age of 18 to the adult system. There are currently a population of about 103 in the DJJ system. And then finally, it's a proposal to eliminate the use of time ads for DJJ youth, therefore reducing their length of stay and reducing population, all for a total of about 398 population reduction.
Do you have some sort of who these are, kind of what by crime, how long are people usually there, what happens to them on parole? I mean, do we have some kind of LAO? Have you looked at this too?
I can tell you, Madam Chair, that 95% of the youth who are adjudicated to the state juvenile justice system are in for serious violent crimes.
Right. We tried to fix that a couple of years ago, so you didn't get the lower level folks. They're staying in the counties now.
Correct. And their average length of stay is approximately 3 years in the department.
Yours are only 3 years? So okay.
For the average.
The average. Well, no, but some folks get convicted at 14 and they're there till they're 25. That's the 25 issue. Your savings here are in the 21 to 25. That's where your big savings are.
I'll be right back.
Right?
Excuse me, the reduction in population would be the largest percentage reduction.
And so why, if there were, I mean, well, these are, juveniles are sentenced to indeterminate sentences. That's the problem here.
The court, Madam Chair, sets a available confinement time, and then once a youth is received a DJJ, we develop a parole consideration date, which would be the earliest they could be before the parole board, and then depending on their 7 levels based on crime, and that would determine the time frame in which they would see the parole board.
Okay. LAO?
The only thing I wanted to note is that originally the governor's proposal assumed that all people in all the wards in DJJ who were over 21 would be released, which is where the bulk of the savings come from. I believe the savings was pegged at about $40 million in the budget year and about $53 million each year thereafter. But it's my understanding that the proposal has been revised so that the age of jurisdiction would only be restricted on a prescriptive basis, so only wards who come in July 1st, prospective, excuse me, would have their jurisdiction reduced to 21. So it's likely that the savings identified with this would be substantially lower and would probably not be achieved for several years.
Finance, you have a comment on that, or department?
Yeah, the LAO's analysis is correct. We have modified the language somewhat to make it prospective rather than immediate, so that will erode the savings to some level. We're working on looking at the population numbers as they change, and we'll be shoring up those numbers as part of the May revision.
Madam Chair, as we continue to downsize DJJ facilities, we are seeing an accelerated decline of our population, and so we are now at about 1,450 youth in state care.
That's all? 1,450 statewide?
Yes.
Yeah, it should be because of the reform we did a couple of years ago. Senator Alquist?
Thank you. This seems to me to be more of a policy discussion, actually. And so a question I have is, well, 2 questions. First of all, where we say California is one of only 4 states in the nation to confine wards up to the age of 25, what are the other 3 states? That's the easier question.
Okay, Senator. There's actually 2 other states, Oregon and Wisconsin.
Okay.
And Oregon has a interagency agreement that they can move juvenile youth into the adult prison system as well.
The other question, which is a little meatier, is in order to analyze this kind of thing, I think we would really need to have data on what is the positive behavior rate, the opposite of the recidivism rate on coming out at age 21 versus coming out at age 25. Only by doing that can you really see if you're really having any net savings on a recidivism rate. And do you have that information currently?
I don't have that information,
And can you get
Senator.
that to us, please?
Yes.
To the chair? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Leno?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to this concern that with the proposal written just prospectively as opposed to originally retroactively, it's acknowledged by Finance that the savings would have to be reduced. Can you be any more specific about that? Because if a majority, upwards of 75% of the savings is in the 21 to 25-year-old range, and we're doing it prospectively, you've got to wait for these folks to get into that age category. So there would be minimal savings in 10-11, not reduced, but minimal, I would think.
That's probably accurate. However, one of the considerations that was part of the decision to make the change was that DJJ's population has declined so significantly since the original estimates were made anyway, and it's likely that those savings estimates would have had to be drastically revised regardless of whether we had changed the proposal or not.
So will you get a new figure to the committee?
At this point, we're still undertaking the review of the population reduction. It's still probably a couple of weeks away before we could provide accurate numbers in order order to address that. That's one of the concerns. But we certainly, as soon as we can possibly provide more accurate numbers, we'll be willing to do that.
Thank you.
Can I? Oh, sorry.
Our November 30th hearing that we had on DJJ, you acknowledged that the time ads did not work effectively in behavior modification. You might share some of that information with my colleagues here today, and what other opportunities, incentives there are for better behavior. I would think that given that these are indeterminate sentences, that in and of itself is an incentive for better behavior because their fate is in their own hands.
Right. Senator Leno, we, as part of DJJ reforms, we've been looking at the whole issue around time ads, and we have, I think, made a significant amount of progress in the last 2 years. We've developed a youth incentive program that allows you to get actual time reductions for positive behavior, as well as incentives and privileges within the facilities. So in the last year specifically, we have reduced the amount of time ads by 50%. So our focus really is around incentivizing positive behavior. But there are cases in which youth have assaulted other youth and staff, and those are cases which we would take appropriate disciplinary action. We'll refer those to DAs for felony charges.
Great. And then lastly, the proposal before us is to make these changes through regulation.
The change in jurisdiction would be a statutory change. The others would be a regulatory change, I believe.
Which one would be regulatory?
I believe time ads and the
transfers.
So
why aren't you doing the
So that's the
transfers
question
now?
is, why would we not want to put those into statute also?
Well, why would you put them into effect if you think they're such good ideas?
I think we are, certainly the time ad issue is one that we are putting into effect by changing our policy and practice. And in terms of adult jurisdiction, adult court jurisdiction, we are placing some of those youth in adult institutions, but M cases are specifically ordered by the court to be housed at DJJ. So we have to work with the key stakeholders to make sure that they understood that we would be transferring those youth to adult facilities.
Which cases are those?
There's two categories of adult youth who are convicted in adult court, an E number and an M number. Okay. Both of those allow DJJ, we would continue supervision of those youth in our facilities to the age of 18. M numbers, the court orders us to keep them at DJJ if they're not to be released prior to their 21st birthday. And E numbers are those that we, based on positive behavior, continue their programming at DJJ knowing they'd be released prior to the age of 21.
Okay, so doesn't that sort of, if you did those two things, wouldn't that sort of solve your 21 to 25 problem? Is that you can transfer them once they're over 18 to adult facilities? And
that would be a portion
of them, only those who were convicted as adults. I think that's your major limitation is they have to have been convicted as adults. You can't take the 7-year-olds and do that. But.
Correct.
Well, they have to be convicted in adult court. Some of our population that are the 21 to 25, in fact, the majority were convicted in juvenile court, and they're wards of the state as opposed to inmates.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Leno. Sorry.
Just to conclude with regard to the elimination of time ads, and applaud you for the 50% reduction, and I support you in the elimination. I'd rather see it done statutorily.
There is no statute around time ads. It is a bit of a misleading term. Yeah. We use, based on the offense, 7 categories to set a parole release date. And so the board then, based on behavior and treatment progress, makes a decision to release at that time. We never exceed the court's confinement time of the youth who comes to DJJ. So it's a bit misleading that there's a time ad. All that is the time in which the parole board will review the youth for release.
A delay of parole.
And as part of our reforms, we are looking at increasing that review by the parole board in a more accelerated manner based on positive behavior that would, I think, mitigate the whole need to have the discussion around time ads.
Great. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm back to my original question. If time ads work, or not, fixing your incentive system works, and if we can transfer people over the age of 18 without a statute, why don't you just do it and tell me what those savings are, and I'll be happy to score them immediately. Senator Huff?
Thank you. First of all, I do have a couple of concerns with this. One is anecdotal. I knew of somebody that came in conflict with our legal system about a month after he turned 18, was tried, convicted, went into a county jail with older inmates. And when that guy came out, he was a different person. He became institutionalized. I don't know the state of our juvenile facilities, but I'm guessing that, you know, some of these are not ready yet to go into an adult-type population, as terrible as they are. And so I just have some concerns from that. How many facilities, in the last 5 years or 6 years, actually 2005, 2006, we've reduced the population by half. How many institutions have we actually closed, and how many do we still have open? Because I think your costs have about doubled in that time frame per I don't know what you call them. I'll call them inmates, but per
wards.
Wards. There you go. I knew there's a different.
Senator Huff, we have in the last 3 years closed 2 facilities, and we are within 3 weeks of closing a 3rd facility. We've closed our facility in Paso Robles, in DeWitt Nelson, which is in Stockton Complex, and then we are closing our largest facility, Heman G. Stark, in Chino by the end of February.
Changing that to an adult facility.
Yeah, repurposed to an adult facility.
And that, yes, Stark is changing. And that leaves how many?
So we are now 1,450 youth in the state system. In 1996, we were about 10,600.
In how many facilities now?
5 facilities remaining.
And is the intent to get them down to 1 or 2?
I think the intent is to have facilities that would support the population that requires the care of the state. And right now we are we have 53 living units in 5 facilities, and the population drives. The court actually defines the living unit size and the number of housing units we have around the Farrell lawsuit. So we are right size in terms of the number of living units. If this population reduction was to occur, then we would continue to reduce living units and potentially have to close an additional facility.
Well, it seems to me, just because we're in a hearing here, that when you cut the population by half, the cost stays about the same. You haven't gotten any real savings, and we need to be closing facilities. You got to staff the facilities. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but we could physically fit all these in one large facility, couldn't we?
What has happened as part of the Farrell litigation is we have living unit size caps, and so I would say, though, that while the population has dropped, the cost was driven by litigation and 6 remedial plans to increase mental health care, medical care, safety, welfare. But in terms of the population drop in 2 years, in 2006 we had about 4,200 staff at DJJ. We are now at 2,600, and as part of our staffing model, we'll be at 2,400. So there's been a sizable reduction in staff as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But, well, the fact you raised this closure issue, and it's something that I don't think we resolved today, but there are some issues with your redesign, remissioning, whatever. We need to reuse these facilities, clearly, for stuff, but the whole corrections, I don't know, bureaucracy at the top, and however this all works is not clear on the missions. As we downsize, as the reforms we did last year, as you do this, trying to reorient how it goes with the healthcare beds and who's going where. We haven't spent any of the 900 money yet that I can tell to speak of. And, you know, we've done a few little maintenance type projects, but they're really, and you're coming up on asking for the remodels for these, but the missions for them aren't clear. And so we're having trouble even doing the ones you are asking for because it's not clear which populations need to go there and how they need to be remodeled and why they need, how it fits within the larger scope of downsizing as you continue to these reforms. And the 2 sections of your department don't all seem to be talking to each other from the same page. And so while we support reusing those facilities, I think there have been some issues with the 900 money. I keep trying to figure out how to get it all back, to be honest, but I haven't quite figured out how to do that yet. So you better come up with some decent plans for how you're going to spend it, because somehow we got to get all these things under control at the same time, and it just seems like they're cross purposes, because the plans to do these remodels came up before we did the reforms that are allowing people to move around, and I think that whole thing needs to come back into, so that the planning is done based on what we think we're really doing, just like what's happening with the juveniles, that your caseload is down, therefore you need fewer spaces, and kind of trying to figure out where to move them to, and I'm just not seeing that coordination. I mean, part of the problem, I'll give you, is that the governor comes up with a new idea for what to do here every 2 weeks and makes it harder to keep up, but somehow we got to figure out how to make those two systems mesh.
And we understand that issue, Madam Chair, and are working diligently both parts of the department itself and the receiver's office are working together to resolve many of those issues that you've discussed, and we're working with your staff on that as well.
All right, and on the, I understand the issue about the 18-year-olds, but the truth is, if they're convicted in felony court at 18, Senator Huff, they end up in the local jail. That's how. So, I don't know what to think about that, but if you can do those things and you can save money, just tell us that you're doing it and tell me how much money you saved.
And we are working on those issues currently. I think that in fairness to those wards that have been in a fairly program-rich environment in DJJ, we need to take into consideration their needs as we move them into the adult environment where there are significantly fewer programs.
No, that's fair, and you ought to look at it in terms of likelihood of recidivism, and I mean, maybe you can do it on a case-by-case basis, but there may be some, and maybe it's 19. I don't know. I just don't know how to think about,
Yeah, and we are looking at that issue diligently, and we'll get back to you on that.
And I certainly wouldn't bother to send them to the adult facilities for less than a year. I mean, if their time is going to be up, sort of defeats the purpose. So, I mean, that is a fair discussion.
Sure.
Maybe you can tell them if they get their GED, then they won't go to adult prison, and then you'll get them to the parole board. All right. Anybody else want to comment on these? Are you to speak on this issue? Thank you. And then we'll get to the receiver. That could be long, but folks, it's almost 3:30, and revenue discussion could be long, and I want to try to get out by 5. All right. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Pam Handel, and I am a teacher in DJJ. Hello, Mr. Warner. I would like to speak on this proposal for the under 21-year-olds to be moved out, strictly from a teacher's point of view. I'm a special education teacher, and I would like to plant a seed, actually, not ask a question. Why was the number 21 chosen? We have a lot of students in DJJ, about a quarter of our population in any one of our institutions, and it's remained that way for the 19 years that I have worked basically for the department. About a quarter to a third of the population is in special ed in some way. We had an original special education lawsuit from the 1990s. We referred to it as the NICO, but it was from the Youth Law Center. It increased and increased our staff and significantly brought into compliance with federal law for special education services in DJJ, then CYA. I happen to have worked at the institution that was able to come into compliance last and bring the department into compliance. 22, actually the end of the school year of 22 is the year that students have the right to special education if they have not yet graduated from high school. Even if they've achieved a GED, they have that right. Why would anyone choose 21 when a quarter of the population would still need special education services for another year and until the end of the school year of that year? So that's just a seed to plant. I think it's really important to remember we have students that this is going to impact. A lot of people talk about how much DJJ costs. As a teacher who's worked there for a long time, I kind of ask the same question. Why didn't our department do certain things cheaper, quickly, and more efficiently instead of waiting to be sued where it costs so much more? That's why it costs what it does for our students. We have clinical psychologists and psychiatrists for the treatment that they need. We have an increased staff giving them the education services and the medical services that they need. And that's why it costs so much. So if you move our students over to the adult division, do you think the prison law office and the youth law center is just going to forget about it? They're probably going to follow them over there. And those costs are going to follow over to the adult division. which is not only not ready to accept them, but in a few more weeks we'll have very few teachers welcoming them over there. I know what's going on. I work with those teachers, and I know that a lot of them are leaving, unfortunately. And the services just won't be there for the
As soon as
students.
somebody figures out how to properly serve them with a layout.
Correct. So I just want to plant that seed in everyone's mind that there are a lot of reasons why students need to stay in DJJ, and maybe, just maybe, those under the age of 22 that need special education services particularly should come back because of the federal funding that we have, the ability that we have to take care of them, and to avoid yet another lawsuit.
That's a good point.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hadn't thought of that.
Can the
Senator Cox?
gentleman explain why 22 couldn't be substituted for 21 if in fact that's the case and they would in fact receive additional benefits? They get the benefits whether they're in one facility or another. So why don't you just administratively make that decision right now and save everybody a lot of time and trouble?
Senator, I think that the original jurisdiction of 21 really was around trying to come up with a way of continue to reduce cost to DJJ. And what we're trying to do is develop a system that was consistent with more of the national juvenile justice systems in other states in which 27 are under the age of 21. So I appreciate hearing the point, and we'd be certainly glad to discuss that.
Is there any dispute about her statement from that which you know?
Knowing Pam, I think she has her facts right in terms of special ed money coming in, and what I'd like to do is find out more in terms of what that means in revenue.
So you will then go back and see whether or not you can make that recommendation to the committee as to 21 or 22?
Yes, Senator. I think we'll look at the number of youth we have who would remain in the system and the benefit of additional federal money coming in to support those youth.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Did some of you want to comment on this same issue? Okay. You too?
Hello, I'm Sumaya Wahid. I'm the policy director for Books Not Bars, an organization based in Oakland. We represent hundreds of families across the state who have a youth in the Division of Juvenile Justice and some local as well. We are the sponsors of AB 999, a bill authored by Assemblymember Nancy Skinner, introduced last year to eliminate time ads and implement an incentive system in the DJJ that's much more comprehensive than what is currently in place. This bill passed the Assembly and passed the Senate Appropriations and Public Safety Committees. It was held before passing the Senate floor because we couldn't get a commitment from the DJJ to both eliminate time ads and reduce length of stay. So we strongly support doing that through the statutes because right now DJJ is authorized to give time ads through Welfare Institutions Code 1719, Section D. That allows them to delay parole consideration dates, and there's no reason for the legislature not to remove that authority from them. If you have doubts about whether they can do it through regulations, we share those doubts based on what's happened through the Farrell lawsuit. I could refer you to the documentation of their progress in implementing reforms through that lawsuit. We just have grave concerns with them being able to implement these reforms just through regulation. And furthermore, having it in statute will preserve it for, upcoming administrations into the future.
Couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you.
And our last word. Second last word.
Good afternoon. Pamela Gibbs for the Los Angeles County Office of Education. We do appreciate the legislature looking at this issue. We know that the state is in a budget crisis and is trying to achieve savings. We ask that you look at the impact on local governments. I know that this proposal specifically deals with adult prison, but At the county level, we also deal with adult charged youth in our facilities, and we also have the kids who attend juvenile court schools. We ask that you consider redirecting some of the savings to the counties, as well as Prop 98 savings to the youth who are attending juvenile court schools, so that we can provide appropriate programs to those youth. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Craig Brown for the CCPOA. We think it's it's clearly a policy call who you want the jurisdiction. Obviously, there's some issues around retroactivity since the court's made commitments based on a certain set of rules, and changing those rules retroactively would be an issue. On the time ads issue, we think it's important to both have carrots and sticks. If you want wards to change behavior, they need to be rewarded for good things. They also need to be punished for bad things. Again, we think that it's important to maintain both of those issues. More importantly, we think you can get these budget savings out of overhead. This is a department that's shrunk to basically 1/6 its size as far as number of wards locked up. I guarantee you the overhead hasn't shrunk anywhere close to that. And you ought to be looking at overhead. People who are serving clients ought to be saved at the expense of people who are managing people who are serving clients. And this is a department that has not seen those kind of reductions to go along with the reduction. It's a smaller department. It needs to be smaller all the way around. Thank you.
Okay. Were you looking to talk on this, or you? Oh, yeah. Hello. Come on up. Sorry, I hadn't seen you in so long. It took me a minute. Oh, they're going to leave you alone? You don't want to stick with them, department?
I'm running new friends.
No, okay. All right. The department are not your friends? That's a problem. That may be part of the problem here.
They are my friends, and finance is my friend.
All right.
I hope this committee is my friend.
All right. I apologize on the timing on this, because I think this is an issue that a lot of members have a lot of interest in how we figure out how to do, and appreciate Mr. Kelso being here and the work that you're doing on this. But we also have a rather lengthy agenda that we would really hope to get done by 5, so just kind of by way of framing. Mr. Kelso, you want to start?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief, but I would like to set just a little bit of the context of what we are doing. I think it helps explain the budget.
The public, introduce yourself.
Action. Thank you. I apologize. My name is Clark Kelso, the receiver in charge of California Prison Medical Care. As the committee knows, I'm here because the state, by its own admission 8 years ago, has been failing to provide a constitutional level of medical care to its inmates, and after 4 years of remedial effort, proved to be incapable of fixing that problem. And in light of, in fact, worsening conditions in prison medical care, the federal court in Plata took prison medical care into a receivership. The first receiver took immediate and successful steps to improve clinical staffing within the system by raising salaries and focusing on recruitment efforts, and then began a system-wide assessment of what other changes needed to be made to comply with the state's own regulations regarding prison health care. I was appointed in January of 2008, and by June of 2008, I had secured a court order approving my turnaround plan of action, which basically sets forth a 4 or 5 year program to fix prison medical care and make improvements in mental health and dental programs as well. We're about at the halfway point, just in terms of time of that plan, and we are seeing improvements in care. The overall rate of death within CDCR has decreased 13.3% over the last 3 years. The rate of definitely preventable deaths, deaths that could have been prevented had proper care been provided, has decreased by 72% over the last 3 years. And we have in place now an inspection program run by the Office of the Inspector General that measures how well our individual prisons are performing in meeting the state's own policies and procedures for providing care. To permanently reform the system of prison care, we need to finish the elements of the turnaround plan that are underway. Many of those elements at this point are information technology related projects to provide very basic infrastructure for operating a cost-effective healthcare program, infrastructure like broadband network for CDCR, so we can use telemedicine to provide modern telemedicine medical services, resulting in savings in the cost of transportation and guarding, among other things. A very basic electronic medical record, which you need for the telemedicine program and to provide basic care, and electronic health care scheduling, which you also need for effective telemedicine and good management. So we do have quite a few essentially one-time projects that we need to complete in the next several years to create a cost-effective system of care that the state can afford to maintain. My other main focus, and it has been really top of mind since about February of 2009, when I appointed Elaine Bush to my immediate right as my chief deputy, is cost containment. Senators, I took over a system that was in chaos and which did not have basic systems of managed care in place. We had essentially staffed up but did not have in place systems of utilization management, patient care management, a drug formulary, modern telemedicine, effective controls on the rates charged by outside providers and hospitals, a statewide network of outside providers, a central fill pharmacy, or a third-party administrator. We didn't have any of those. As a result of the lack of those controls, our referrals to outside specialists and hospitals exploded, along with our expenditures. Over the course of 2008 and 2009, we began putting these cost control measures in place. We now have an effective drug formulary to make sure that drugs which are prescribed are effective and cost-effective. We brought on a third-party administrator to help us manage invoices and claims in late 2009. We're completing a 2-year post-audit of payments on prior invoices. Our central fill pharmacy will be operational later this year. We have expanded telemedicine in the last 3 years by 75%, so that now we handle around 22,000 encounters per year. Our utilization management was fully in place by the fall of 2009. And our monthly utilization statistics show that the rate of outside referrals has dropped by 40%. Working with the legislature last summer, we established caps on rates charged by outside providers, and we hope to be awarding a contract for a statewide network provider within the next 2 months. We have filed a report with the legislature, the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, in December on these cost containment measures, and an update will be filed later this year. And I am committed to taking the steps necessary to reduce our costs to a level that is sustainable by the state over time, while still meeting the requirements of state law and regulations, court orders, and the Constitution. And I am convinced that we have, in the last couple of months, turned the corner on the increases in prison medical expenses which you have seen. I look forward to working with the administration, this committee, members of the legislature, to make sure that our cost containment measures become a permanent part of providing prison medical care in California. I look forward to answering any questions committee members may have, and any questions that I cannot answer, I will direct to the Department of Finance or to members of my staff who I have brought with me, Elaine Bush, my chief deputy, Ms. Karen Ray on my far left, my chief of nursing, and Ms. Mitzi Higashidani, my chief of administration. And I should say, in conclusion, that I do support the governor's budget item that seeks slightly over $800 million reduction in that budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the written document that we received too. That has some of that information in.
Yes, thank you.
That's helpful. Okay, members. Senator Leno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations on your success to date. I think we're all eager to get to that $811 million savings.
Take 9.
I wanted to ask, given that some of the options that we have here, reduce reliance on outside healthcare providers, which you said is already down 40%. Can we quantify the savings in that 40% so we have an idea of what the 60% still left is going to bring us?
We do have the ability to show a trend and a change in direction, simply because the invoices for these things don't come in immediately. The data that we have tends to lag about 3 or 4 months at least, but the fact that I'm saying we've actually turned the corner does suggest that the trend line we're seeing is in the proper direction. It is down. I suspect we'll have better information in the next couple of months. One of the things we are doing with the Department of Finance and their audit unit is we've asked them to conduct a comparative analysis in detail of several other states, New York, Pennsylvania, Florida, Texas, maybe one other, to really dig down into what are the differences in our cost structures. So I think that report, which is due in 3 or 4 months, combined with more up-to-date information from my budget people, is going to give us a pretty solid picture a little later this spring. But given the direction I'm seeing already, I'm very confident we're going to be able to have reductions in the coming year.
Okay. And the same with the expanded use of telemedicine, up 75%. Can we quantify what that has saved us?
I'm going to look to my CFO to see if there's a solid number. There's a bigger challenge there, simply because we don't have automated scheduling, where it makes it easier for us to track for each encounter what happened to it. So I know that it's reduced guarding and transportation expenses.
Which is significant.
Which is a significant number. I don't know how well we can quantify that, Mitzi, unless you have a number.
No, not yet. But
okay. So given that we don't really have a very detailed plan here, can you walk us through how you got to 811 as opposed to 812?
Or 900.
Or 900. Or why it's not 800 or 900.
Jay Sturgis,
Is it an arbitrary number?
This number is actually created just on a purely mathematical basis. At this point in time, we looked at some of the other states that seem to have like populations, like inmate populations.
Well, this is actually, you're going with the 5,740 times the number of inmates, and that's how you got to 800. But we just don't have a plan to get there.
We're currently working with the receiver and working with outside entities to determine different alternatives that would enable us to achieve that full savings, yes.
Do we know when we'll have that?
It's an ongoing discussion. I think the OSA audit that is currently underway is an important step of it. So given the savings estimate a July 1 implementation date, clearly we're going to be working very rapidly within the next few months to come up with a plan.
We're eager to see it. Thank
you. Well, I guess our question, maybe the LAO and finance, do you need enabling legislation to, in the special session, to put you on the path to starting to achieve savings in July? Or do we, whatever implementing legislation we might have to do can wait till May revise, but we can all say, yes, we hope to get to this level, and I don't know, I mean, do you need trailer language now? Because we do want this one to be implemented by July 1.
I think, Senator, we're working with finance and with budget staff in the legislature. I believe trailer bill language
I think you're
would
going to need
assist us.
something.
I believe it would help us.
And I think it would be helpful to have at least the framework. I mean, I understand it's going to take a little work, but if we were to say, and I know I've understood some assembly members talking about bills on the PPO issue and some of that. If you need that, and we can just say they will work on a plan to do that. I mean, we've done that before, even in Medi-Cal. We will work on managed care. You know, I mean, we've done that, and if we need to do some of that, I think that's what we need to know now, because I think there's not much question that we're going to want to try to score as much as we can here and put you on the path to being able to achieve 800, 900, whatever you can manage. And
Senator, I think we will be able to provide you language, hopefully next week, that goes beyond just saying we're going to have a plan.
Yeah, I think
further along than that.
It sounds like you're further than that, and I think whatever we can do to facilitate that, I just want to make sure we understood that this isn't, while everybody's saying there might be a more detailed plan in April, and this probably will be subject of some subcommittee discussions, we probably need to do something in February.
I think we have a plan now. We'll have just better numbers.
Yeah, you have better
That's
numbers
all.
then. So okay. Anybody else? Any other public that wishes to comment on this issue? Quickly. Thank you. Come on up. Thank you. That was very helpful. Yeah.
Stephanie Burry with SCIU Local 1000. We represent the RNs, the LVNs, the pharmacy techs, the radiological techs, the health record technicians. We just want to work with the receiver to use state employees to maximize the ones that we already have and to minimize costly contracting out, especially like the nursing registries and things like that. So we really do want to do that, and we hope to do that in the future to help save some money for the state. Thank you.
I think that's probably...
Yes, we're in agreement with that. One of my main objectives in this coming year is to reduce reliance on registry for precisely the reasons suggested.
Yeah, and it seems to me if you move to closer to a managed care model, you get into there's a clinic and a primary care at the facility. I know you're talking about doing these other facilities, which is sort of part of the discussion earlier, which has gotten a little complicated.
Anything I can do to help on that discussion,
Well,
I'd be delighted
talk later. I mean, I
talk to
think
you
that
about.
one is only because the missions keep crisscrossing, and so where you're going to put it, and if we're reducing population, how many beds do we need, keeps being a floating number, and I think that's what's got us all kind of not sure where we're going. So, help on that is good, but I think the model would be you're going to have to still do some stuff outside, but then contracting with the closer hospitals. I mean, I know in my area, my favorite story is always the 3-hour drive that it takes to get to the hospital. So, and that's double overtime and to get them there and back.
Right.
The drive from Blythe to Riverside is my favorite example. I'm sure there are similar ones in other parts of the state. Calipatria to San Diego is close, but Brawley's nearby. How do we deal with that? But those hospitals don't have all the same equipment. So if we can get into this sort of, I was this managed care model, I think we've got a lot of room to move. All right. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you,
Appreciate the nurses working with you. All right. Well, it goes faster when the members leave, so I don't know, whatever. Okay.
Back in 5.
The OAL issue. Somebody, LAO, you want to LAO comment on the OAL? How are that way?
Good afternoon, Diego Martin, Legislative Analyst Office. The Office of Administrative Law ensures that state agencies comply with the Administrative Procedures Act. The governor proposes to shift OAL to a fee-for-service model whereby OAL would bill regulation issuing departments for its costs. We think this proposal has a lot of merit, and with some ironing out of the details, we recommend that the legislature approve the proposal for switching funding for the OAL.
Okay. Is there anybody out there who has any interest in this issue? Objections? Comments? Members? I don't know that. Finance, would this be you loan them money up front, or, I mean, you don't get reimbursement until you get reimbursement, so.
The intent is to have the trailer bill language enacted as part of the special session so that the Office of Administrative Law could start working with the departments on interagency agreements and thereby reduce the need for a loan. If a loan were needed, it would be a very small one.
It would be general fund just covering them until somebody reimburses them. Is that so? They would work as DGS and DPA and other departments already do
right.
with
This
agencies?
is set up along the lines of how the Department of Justice's Legal Services Revolving Fund works. So upon a need to collect the funds from an agency, they would have authority through the Comptroller's Office to take it out of the appropriation.
Okay. And you think this works?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody? Okay. And we have the trailer bill language, and we're all kind of being able to work with it. Okay, good. Okay. The ERA funds in workforce investment. This is really here partly because we've had all the ERA funds on the list over time, but it also goes with the next item in terms of how we're spending workforce training dollars in our efforts for job creation. and how to make sure they're being spent efficiently. We've heard ERA issues in transportation, and we want to make sure dollars are getting out, and we heard the Energy Department, we've heard transportation on this issue. One of our February goals, I think, universally here, is to try to do all those things we can to help create jobs while we're moving along. And we want to make sure any roadblocks to expenditure of federal dollars that could be creating jobs are not there. So that's why this one's here. Who, Elliot, or Finance? Well, it's not their issue. So, Department, you want to tell us something about?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Dennis Petrie, Deputy Director of the California Employment Development Department with oversight responsibility over the Workforce Investment Act, the Wagner-Pfizer Act, and a various list of other Department of Labor-sponsored programs. With regard to the American... Oh, wait. Just keep going. With regard to the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act that is associated with the Workforce Investment Act, the majority of those funds have been let from the state. They were let back in March of 2009. Those funds are in the locals' budgets, and they are beginning to they are spending those dollars down. There was 15%. The WIA ARA funds are dealt with exactly under the same procedures, protocols, and federal legislative requirements as the traditional or baseline WIA and Wagner-Pfizer. The state is on a progression spending to achieve the required obligation and expenditure levels that are outlined in the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. We, at this particular point, are not seeing any significant hurdles to the ability of the local WIBs as well as the state.
Well, the local's okay. Here's the deal. It's twice as much money as the Workforce Investment Act usually puts out. I'm wondering if we might have some priorities. We've had some thoughts on the priorities for the so-called discretionary money in the past, like help parolees, help CalWorks people, do things that help us in other parts of the budget. We don't know what the plans are for the $71 million that we haven't seen any proposals around, and we also understand some was going to go to a summer program that no RFP has been let for. Some concern that whether it's given that the RFP is not out yet for the Bridges for Success program, that it will actually be achieved before 2011. I mean, those are the kinds of issues that have come up.
The Bridges program, that solicitation is presently being drafted, and continued negotiation with staff in the Pro Tem's office to refine that particular program. We anticipate that solicitation will be released by the Employment Development Department within the next 6 weeks. That money and that program will.
So then it could be this summer. I mean, I think our issue is, can we get these dropout prevention programs going by this summer?
Absolutely.
And 6 weeks gets us to April. Yeah, okay, maybe.
They drop it out.
Okay, I'm told that this morning that was 2 weeks. Now it's 6 weeks. I mean, is the RFP not drafted?
There is a draft copy of the RFP that we are continuing to refine to bring the appropriate partners on board that will be able to provide the youth the experience that we are intending to provide to them.
Well,
the
TikTok. I mean, 6 weeks, if I'm the program trying to do something and you don't tell me till May 1st that I need to start something on June 1st, once upon a time in my youth, I ran these summer youth programs, and that doesn't work. They hired us by May so we could start.
Well, if I could cite the example, Madam Secretary, of the ability of the workforce investment system to replicate and reestablish the summer youth employment program. Those dollars were received by the state in March. They were let to the locals in April, and we had a summer youth employment program that was standing up and operating by June. The state of California has achieved the expenditure rate on the Summer Youth Employment Program. We're at 71% expenditure rate, and these dollars are available for expenditure and use through June 1 of 2011. So I think that if you use the Summer Youth Employment Program
do we have any left over from that for this summer, or was it just we only got enough money to do it the one summer? Can we do it again?
Since we're at a 71% expenditure rate, there are a number of local areas that have retained the remaining funds so that they can continue to operate a Summer Youth Employment Program this year. In addition, the TANF program, or the CalWorks program in California, the national TANF program also has received a significant infusion of ARA dollars, and at the national level, the Health and Human Services Agency and the Department of Labor are now pushing the integration of the TANF dollars and the remaining ARA WIA dollars so that it will support another full Summer Youth Employment Program. There are excess funds associated with the CalWorks program or the TANF program nationally that the federal government is now allowing to replicate summer youth employment programs. So as long as at both the state level and at the local level they are working together, then I think that we're in a very strong position to be able to replicate a summer youth employment program in California, very similar to what was done this previous summer.
All right, and what about the $71 million and the 15%?
A significant amount of that funding has been released through SFP, solicitation processes. At this particular point, I chart roughly 65% of those dollars are either actively in contracts or are in awards that contracts now are being developed that have the specificity around them with regard to outcomes, population served, et cetera. Do we know what those are? Anybody else seen them? Yeah, I've got. There were some that were identified, I think, in some previous responses, but we've done the California Green Jobs Initiative, which spent $10 million, or $10 million of that 71 was provided for that particular program. I got 15 here, so you're saying it's only 10? A different Green Jobs Initiative. There's a number of initiatives. We have the Green Job Initiatives that was a partnership program between the EDD and California Volunteers. That one was a $10 million program. The Governor's Gang Reduction Intervention and Prevention Program was allocated $1.4 million. The state's Construction Talent Transfer Initiative was awarded $2.7 million of Recovery Act funds. The Veterans Employment Assistance Program Initiative in 08-09 was awarded $5 million. The California Clean Energy Workforce Training Program is a combination program integrating both Wait. I don't want to hear the whole list today. I just want to make sure everybody has a copy of it so we all know what it is. Yeah, I will get a copy to the committee. I think the question then is, if in fact it's all programmed, and we did program this amount of money, my concern in part was making sure we're spending it on the things that at least were the legislature's priority, things like parole employment, and those programs, which we have spent some of this money on in the past. And given that the governor keeps trying to cut teachers out of prisons, if we don't have parole services and ways of helping people get jobs, or if we can use it to support CalWorks, because the governor's trying to cut those folks too, that would be helpful. So, or help child care providers become child care providers. I mean, there are a lot of places these dollars can be used that are helpful to other parts of the state and the budget. So that's my concern about the list. But if the list is already approved and done, then the question is, why isn't the money on the street? I mean,
if you've got all these projects
Madam
and
Chair,
programs.
there are state budget processes that many times hinder the expeditious ability to release the dollars.
Well, tell us what those are, because we want to get them out of the way.
If the EDD does not have budget authority through a state budget process, then we cannot.
Why would they not have authority?
Well,
for what?
We used the Section 28 process back in 2009 when these dollars were received. The ARA dollars were received by the state in the middle of the budget year. The departments that received these federal dollars did not have...
You're telling me about the October 09 letter from EDD that we received in January of 2010? Is that the revised you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about
That's the Section 28 letter I have.
The Section 28 letter that was submitted in April of 2009.
That would have been taken care of in last year's budget. So that's budgeted now.
Those were the local dollars, and the local dollars flowed. There were a number of Section 28s and decisions that were made looking at the ability of the state to allocate and expend those dollars. When we're looking at these discretionary dollars, any dollar that has not been obligated into a contract gets scooped up in the next budget process and then gets reprogrammed. The state needed budgetary authority to be able to put those dollars out. You did that, but the 15% dollars were not included in the Section 28 in April.
But they were included in the budget.
2009.
You don't need a Section 28 when you have a budget.
The ARA dollars were included in the budget when the budget process was concluded in the summer of 2009, which I believe was in August.
Well, excuse me if I could.
But they're out, so it's done, though.
Audrey Bezos from the Department of Finance. We did submit the October revise in December of 2009. There's $34 million of 15% WIA that's unallocated. The administration has proposed an allocation for those dollars.
What is that, and where would we see
The legislature is currently reviewing that. It's in the 30-day review period right now.
Oh, it's in a 30-day letter?
Yeah.
However, Senator, those are baseline WIA dollars and not ARA dollars.
Is that which one? I mean, I read all those letters. I'm sorry, I take 20 of those letters home every night, so I'm trying to figure out which one.
$34 million they're speaking was largely the money that was originally programmed for the Conservation Corps through the Budget Act.
And so you're trying to divert
so that they
it
need to
from that?
reprogram that. And that's, I believe, in the letter.
Why wouldn't you do what we said we wanted you to do? That would have made it go faster.
Because it didn't get
I believe as part of Big Five negotiations, the $34 million did not go to the California Conservation Corps, so it needed to be reallocated to WIA.
Well, can I reallocate it to Conservation Corps now? Where it belongs, where it could make jobs? I'm missing. So where did you propose to allocate it, I guess is what how do I get the jobs out of it? I know Conservation Corps can deliver me jobs and real live at-risk youth off the streets. So you got a better program than that?
There are a number of I was going through the list, and I will submit the list, but I believe that the list that I have where these dollars have been allocated is a roadmap to where the administration believes additional dollars should be allocated and the programs and services that those dollars should support. There are rules. There are a number of rules associated with the Workforce Investment Act with regard to how these dollars can be used, the allowability, the appropriate use and allowability of these dollars. If it was, I wish it was a simple process or a simple activity of just allocating dollars and spending these dollars, but these dollars are associated with very specific outcomes under the Workforce Investment Act. If a particular entity cannot achieve those outcomes, then those costs can be determined disallowed by the federal government, and then
no, we understand all that. You're missing our point. All right, get us the documents. We'll all keep talking. If there's a 30-day letter sitting around somewhere, we'll try to get our hands on it and see if we can sort this out.
I have a fundamental question.
Senator Huff?
It was a little while ago, but I think you mentioned that 71% of the funding had been spent of the ARA funding.
ARA youth funds, Senator Huff?
Now, has that been distributed or has it been spent?
Spent.
So it's been spent at the local level?
Allocated and spent, Senator Huff.
Okay, thank you.
71%, okay. But the youth, but then there's the adult dollars, and then there's the 71 million I'm talking about, which is part of another, yeah. Well, this pot was 450 million, which takes us to the next issue.
It was 540 million.
Why the governor wants to borrow money, raise employer costs, and call it a jobs initiative to do what this money can already do. I don't think that's on you. I think it's on finance or somebody. I don't know. LAO, you want to?
Yes, Madam Chair, Charity Spirit 2 with the LAO, we have a handout that summarizes the key points of, yes, that one, with the governor's proposal and also our assessment of it. We are going to briefly do the overview of the proposal and then launch into our assessment. So essentially,
very briefly.
Essentially, the governor is proposing to borrow a total of $500 million from the Unemployment Compensation Disability Fund, or better known as the DI Fund, to provide training grants and incentive payments to employers. Under the proposal, the Employment Training Panel will administer these grants. We have serious concerns with the proposal, but before we talk about those, we'll give a very brief background. The DI Fund provides weekly benefit payments to employees who are unable to work due to non-work-related illnesses or injuries. On page 2 of the handout, you can see a table that shows the proposal's multi-year expenditure and repayment plan. We want to note that currently the DI Fund has sufficient reserves to accommodate this $500 million loan. In order to repay the loan, they
told us about the beverage recycling fund, too.
In order to repay the loan, the administration is proposing to apply the employment training tax to certain employers who are not currently subject to this tax. So these employers will be paying $7 per employee per year. The administration has estimated that this new revenue would bring in $50 million per year to repay the DI Fund loan. The proposal is in the special session because the Employment Training Panel is proposing to borrow $32 million from the DI Fund in the current year to fund training grants or training contracts that are already in their pipeline, and also a few $100,000 of that loan will be used for 8 new positions to start administering the governor's jobs initiative. In our assessment of the governor's proposal, we have 5 major reasons why we do not support it. Our most important concern is that the proposal would have limited impact on aggregate employment. And so based on our review of the economic literature, job creation programs tend to have substantial leaks. And what we mean by that is that most of the incentive payments will be a windfall to businesses that would have expanded anyway without these incentives. Our second concern is that training funds do not create jobs. It would increase the supply of skilled workers, but would not necessarily increase the demand for them.
The ETP programs are basically retention and improve quality programs. They're great programs. ETP does great work, but this isn't the place, and they're not creators. They are trainers of higher skill.
Right.
Generally.
Yes. That leads us to our third concern. The proposal is requiring a significant change in what the ETP does. And also we're concerned that some employers might try to game the system. Our fourth concern is that imposing new taxes on some employers is problematic. It basically creates additional borrowing that must be repaid by businesses. And finally, we're concerned that the proposal is increasing funding for training in an environment where there is already an abundance of funds for job training. So on page 4 of your handout, you can see that there is over $1 billion in funds in 2010-2011 available for California state and local workforce development programs. We'd be happy to take questions.
No, thank you. All right. I see a lineup. Is there somebody else here at the table that wants to comment on this proposal?
Brian McMahon, Executive Director of the Employment Training Panel Program. We believe this program is a necessary action to address the levels of unemployment and the job losses that are occurring in the state today. The Employment Training Panel program exhausted all of its regular funds in November of this year. We have a backlog of approximately $85 million in projects either in the pre-application stage or the application stage. So we believe that the likelihood of being able to go through that pipeline of projects and match them up to the slightly different focus of this program, really around the higher skilled workers that have been dislocated and matching them up to jobs after a period of training.
Different program for you completely?
It would be a different focus. About 90% of ETP funds at this point go for skill development, as you mentioned. So this would be a greater focus on targeting unemployed workers, underemployed workers, workers that...
Well, you've been doing that with the CalWorks program for a while. What else?
We have to a minor degree. And this would be a fairly dramatic expansion of our focus on those types of targeted workers, and we would rely on the development of stronger partnerships with community colleges, local workforce
But you
investment
wouldn't do
boards.
the 85 backlog things that you already have people asking to do, right? Because you wouldn't have any real money.
I would say somewhere between 30 and 40% of the backlog projects would be consistent with the targets that we have under this new initiative. There is a retention component, retaining jobs that are threatened. That's an estimate at this point.
The stuff you do, I mean, the issue then ought to be how to fund you, not how to borrow and rip off this other fund to do it, though, right? Especially on a long-term basis. I mean, we ought to, the $30 million, I understand, the problem with that, and it's been an ongoing problem because we keep stealing your money for TANF. But
over the last two fiscal years, ETP funded close to $100 million in projects. This year, we were only able to fund with a core program $19 million.
Yeah,
so
no,
a very
I know.
Significant drop.
The problem has been the reductions in ETP have been a problem. And that's what we need to try to address. But there ought to be a way to do that systemically and not create new havoc. Can we direct WIA funds to them? Why can't ETP use the WIA funds for this? If this program would work, why don't you direct some of the WIA funds to them?
Senator, ETP actually did use 5.4 in RA 15% and WIA 15% money for a nonprofit nursing skills development program, a population of employers that were precluded from funding under the standard program.
Right.
We funded 18 projects, and 16 of those actually had new nurse graduate training.
Well, let's put another 5 in there. All right. Anyway, okay, let's hear from the public. I mean, I'm not giving you money. This proposal to do it is problematic at best.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Angie Way on behalf of the California Labor Federation. We're opposed to the financing mechanism for the governor's, air quotes, job creation program. This is a $500 million ripoff from the 100% employee-funded state disability insurance program. This is money that workers pay to cover ourselves if we get injured off the job and cannot work, or if we need to care for a sick loved one. State disability insurance, unlike our unemployment insurance, taxes workers on the Social Security tax base over about $95,000 a year now at the maximum tax base level. The state disability insurance tax rates also fluctuate based on the flush of the fund. So unlike unemployment insurance, where we're taxing on a $7,000 wage base and a tax rate that's locked in at the federal minimum, our tax rate fluctuates depending on how much money is left in the fund. $500 million taken out of the state disability insurance fund, we are very concerned would result in a tax increase on almost every worker in California. And that's, as Mr. Broad would say, not very, I'll say it a little bit nicer. I'll say it differently, but the same. And that does not seem to be a very popular public approach at this point in time. We'd also say that before any other funds go to employer incentives, we should be looking at the current incentive programs that employers have access to now and see if they're really working. For example, enterprise zones, $440 million tax credit program that the Public Policy Institute of California has documented creates no jobs. Why would we let a program like that continue and have our tax dollars go out the back end when they're not meeting the goals of trying to create employment in California? So before we put more money into employer incentive programs, we think the legislature should be re-examining current incentive programs and redirecting those funds potentially. The final point I'd like to make here is one that I don't think we've talked about in state disability insurance. Folks should know that on furlough Fridays, SDI telephone lines are shut down. Nobody's answering those phone calls. If those workers are working, they're answering unemployment insurance calls. But you can't get through for the state disability insurance program on Fridays, on furlough Fridays. There's a backlog now that's increased over 400% because those claims are not being processed. So there could be a reason why the fund is so flush right now, or it's got a healthy reserve right now. It's because there's a huge backlog and the money's not getting out to folks who are eligible for it. So for these reasons, I was going to talk a little bit about the need for training dollars. We like to see training dollars, but training that ends up in a job. You know, there's a lot of training money that's out there. We need to get our hands around that before we put more money into potentially a jobless recovery. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I might respond to one point.
Yes.
This program is performance-based, as is the standard ETP program. The newly hired unemployed workers would be required to be retained on the job for 90 days, as is the case in the standard program.
But what would these ones be being trained to do? What was your new program versus your nursing one, which we know works? Why wouldn't we just up that if we were doing anything?
This program takes workers that have a fairly sophisticated skill set, retools that skill set, and moves, say, someone from the financial services industry into the healthcare industry or other sectors where jobs are being added if you have a compatible skill set. We only draw down on this program as performance and placements occur, and the incentive payments are only made after the worker has been on the job for 9 months.
So this is a whole new program you're proposing that
it is.
People need to look at. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members. My name is Jenya Cassidy, and on behalf of the Labor Project for Working Families, and as a working mother who benefited from the Paid Family Leave Program myself, we oppose the administration's plan to raid $500 million from the State Disability Insurance Fund because this puts us at risk. We pay into the fund. It's our money, and we pay into it so that we won't lose income when we have to take time off to care for ourselves or for a seriously ill family member, and also to bond with a new baby. Unfortunately, right now, due to the furloughs, like Angie was saying, the EDD has a backlog of PFL claims that's increased about 400%. So what we're recommending is that instead of raiding the SDI fund, that the governor should and the administration should put money into making it work for people right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next. Got a line up there, so you may as well just wait.
Madam Chair and committee members, my name is Brandy Davis, and on behalf of the Legal Aid Society Employment Law Center, we are here to oppose this proposal to raid the SDI fund. We are a legal aid services corporation dedicated to improving the lives of working Americans, and we operate a work and family helpline on which we receive calls every day about workers struggling to access paid family leave and the State Disability Insurance Fund. Workers are reporting to us that they are calling the Employment Development Department 20 to 30 times per day without a response, and we are inundated with calls.
These are my funded employees that I keep talking about?
Yes. And we are inundated with calls like Tom, fired from his job for taking time off to care for his ailing wife. He is the breadwinner for his family, and he is living paycheck to paycheck, and has been waiting 45 days and counting to receive a response from the Paid Family Leave Program. For Tom and millions of families like him, SDI and Paid Family Leave is a lifeline. It's a lifeline that this state should be proud of. We are only one of a handful of states that have a Paid Family Leave Program, but it is already at risk. We're asking California's leaders to focus on improving this program and not raiding it for other purposes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Ignatius. I'm the statewide organizer of Parent Voices. We, too, are adamantly opposed to this proposal. I recently benefited from pregnancy disability leave and paid family leave. I had a son 6 months ago. His name is Noah. He's gorgeous and fabulous, and I was so grateful that I got to spend an additional 6 weeks with him at home. I have a cousin in Maryland who had a baby. She went back to work after 6 weeks because she couldn't afford to take the federal medical leave because it's unpaid. And to put her child in daycare at 6 weeks old is a travesty. And I'm here because we shouldn't be rating this program that workers pay into, that mothers pay into, that will depend on when they need to take time off to care for their children. We should be proud of this program. We were the first state in the country to pass it. This was an innovative program. We do not need to undermine it by letting the governor rate it and then pay back after 10 years. Who knows, when I have my second child in 2 or 3 years, that when I go to access paid family leave, will it be there for me to access if that money is gone? We are totally in support of job creation, but not through a fund that employees pay into. There are other revenue options. You heard some yesterday for a jobs bill at the federal level. Yesterday, Senator Alquist spoke so humbly about her own illness recently, and she said that we need to take care of ourselves, and the paid family leave program really allows working Californians to do just that. Thank you.
Okay. Next. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Beth McGovern with the California Commission on the Status of Women. Our commission is also opposed to the governor's plan to take money from SDI that funds programs that are crucial to working families across the state. Our commission is particularly concerned about this and opposes that proposal because, of course, it's all women who count on the pregnancy disability, and it's mostly women who need to use paid family leave because women are most often the caretakers for children and other family members. I'd also briefly today like to speak on behalf of equal rights advocates who are not able to make it here today. ERA also opposes this proposal. ERA is a nonprofit legal advocacy organization from San Francisco that has advocated for women and working families for over 35 years. The PFL program is funded solely by the workers of this state, and ERA hears from them every day through its toll-free hotline. What is apparent from the calls received is that the governor's proposal will place in jeopardy money that pregnant women, new dads, and workers with sick family members count on. One recent call was from a woman named Susan who needed to leave her job and go to Oregon to take care of her mother who had cancer. The only way she'd be able to do that is if she could rely on the paid family leave program's partial wage replacement. Funds shouldn't be taken from this program, and if anything, consideration should be given to using the funds to improve the ability of the understaffed Employment Development Department, who now, when people call, sometimes have to wait hours to reach a staff member to even obtain an application. Rating this fund the legal authority for it is really very unclear, and it's not good for Californians. We ask this committee to protect the SDI fund and the paid family leave program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Finance, you wanted to respond?
Nona Martinez, Department of Finance. I just wanted to reiterate that the Unemployment Compensation Disability Fund has sufficient resources to sustain the claims and the loan, that the loan would be made on a quarterly basis, drawn down as it's used, and would be closely tied to the expenditures, and that the fund reserve would be monitored, and that it's our intention that the loans would never trigger an increase for employees by monitoring it, and to the extent that there's a concern, it could be added to the trailer bill language that the loans would be excluded from the calculation.
Yeah, we've heard that before, though. Ask your folks about the Beverage Recycling Fund. I mean, these loans are cute, but this is not a fund you want to play with, and you have proposed, in fact, a tax increase to repay it. If we're going to do a tax increase in this arena, it ought to be to the unemployment insurance tax, where the fund really is broke, and to do it sort of just to so the governor can have another press release is kind of not in anybody's bag right now. So, you got plenty of training money out there. You got the Green Jobs Initiative with CEC. You got the one with the WIA. You got all sorts of stuff going on that nobody can even keep track of it. And you want to invent another program. You've got programs that work at ETP. We ought to figure out how to fund ETP. That's fair. And it's because we keep borrowing from ETP that this idea has even come up at all, because otherwise they'd have had the money to do whatever you needed to do. But we've been borrowing from them for years and years and years. So to add to that complication in our budget, borrowing is just, it's not something I think a lot of us are going to want to do this year. I mean, appreciate the effort to come up with a creative plan, but I'm not sure there's anybody. I don't know. Senator Huff, you have a different idea? Okay. That said, next, jobs tort initiative? No. I mean, this is like really complex. Somebody come up, whoever wants to talk about this, but I don't want to go through some really long discussion here. This is clearly, if somebody wants to do this is a bill. It belongs in the Judiciary Committee. Nobody is going to sit here and a trailer bill and try to figure out how to reinvent the tort system for the state with no clear budget savings or economic impact associated therewith. So that said, give us your short version of what you think you're trying to accomplish.
Madam Chair and members, I'm Tracy Stevens with the Business Transportation and Housing Agency, and I'm here to discuss this and answer any questions. I know in the interest of your time I won't go into a whole lot of detail. We believe that this proposal will help eliminate the litigious burden from California businesses and get our economic development and California vitality back in sync with where it was. I will be happy to answer any questions.
These laws haven't changed since when we were a prosperous state 10 years ago, so I'm not quite sure.
The litigious environment has gotten worse and worse, and we've got people here to testify from industry if you'd like, or if you want to refer this to a policy committee, we will certainly respect your desire to do so.
Somebody can give us a quick, I don't know, I'm a little nervous because I do want to get into the revenue discussion, and I know I don't know, somebody, what are all the, you got 14 pieces in here, which adds to the problem.
14 pieces?
Well, you've got, you want to get rid of strict liability, which has been a California court decision since I was in law school 30 years ago. You want to cap punitive damage awards. You want to cap non-economic damages. You want to change class action lawsuit rules. You want to change appeals rules. You want to change certifications. I mean, that's 10, and I haven't even finished the page.
We have three major components, and there will be 3 bills that we envision. The first one is class action lawsuits. What we're primarily trying to do with that one is create a level playing field primarily for the appeals process for defendants on certifications. And the second one is...
What does that mean in English?
Let me turn this over to Katie Pettibone, who is our attorney on this, and I think she can go into better detail than I.
So the class action lawsuit piece is modeled on the federal rules, FRCP 23, and so this would the changes put forth in this pretty much mirror what's at the federal level, making it more consistent, more guidelines, more specific things to consider. Cost allocation for notice. It allows for defendants as well as plaintiffs to appeal certification. Currently in California, only the plaintiffs can do so. So these are some of the components of that piece.
Okay. What's the other?
The other 2 pieces, there's a money damages provision where we would put forth caps on non-economic damages as well as caps on punitive damages. This is consistent with some of the other states who've put forth these types of caps. The punitive, we looked at what the U.S. Supreme Court has said and also at what other states have done, put forth a 3 times multiplier of compensatory damages, which is
what they have consistently said, a single-digit multiplier comports with due process. That's the second piece of it. And then the third piece is modifying the product's liability so that under strict liability, sellers in particular are not held strictly liable for being simply a conduit to products in the chain, unless there's knowing and misrepresentation and egregiousness that would trigger that. So those are our three components.
Sounds awfully complicated for a budget proposal, but I would defer to the judiciary staff, and somebody else there wants to talk on this. It would have to be really short because I do want to get through the rest of the thing. So I don't know. Somebody want to say yes or no? Probably both. Yeah. Okay. So what I mean, this is like a full-on war you've started here. I mean, I've sat on judiciary once. I don't do it anymore. So okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Nancy Drabble on behalf of Consumer Attorneys of California. I'll be extremely brief. Like you, I went to law school more than 30 years ago, and these were proposals and ideas that have been in the law for many decades. They're extreme and drastic proposals that would overturn law that we've had in California for a very long time. I would just make only 2 points. One, contrary to what the administration has said in terms of the amount of litigation, according to the Administrative Office, the court statistics, the number of civil filings has actually fallen by half in the last decade. We have fewer lawsuits. Class actions are 0.5% of our civil filings. Second, I would say that as far as consumers go, this would be a terrible repeal of their rights, and it would put a greater burden on the state. If wrongdoers are not held accountable for their actions, those consumers will have to go to public hospitals, they will have to depend on public assistance, and it will not help the budget, it will hurt it.
Could you clarify for this non-attorney, please? I wasn't quite sure what the department had said relative to who pays for notification to other potential class members, that it's currently defendants?
That is the normal rule of who pays for class notification. For example, if I am a class member and let's say I have been subject of consumer fraud by my cell phone company, I cannot necessarily afford to pay to notify all the other people who might be similarly situated. Instead, it's the company that's in that position. Another point that she had made was a claim that this was based on the federal rule, that the changes they're proposing are based on the federal rule. That is not true. These are based on the federal rule just the way women are all based on Barbie. There's really no relation. They're not close
Interesting
to that
analogy.
at all.
I'll scratch my head on that one. But thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Next. All right.
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Holliver. I'm with the Consumer Federation of California, and we are very much opposed to this idea. First, this really is a major policy discussion that should occur in the policy arena, not masquerade as a budget-saving measure, because it really isn't. If you're going to start taking away the rights of consumers and also the rights of workers and communities to have their day in court, which is a major attack on the Seventh Amendment, this really requires that kind of thorough, deliberative kind of hearing to understand the real implications. I'll give you just a couple of examples of what this would do. To change the class certification standards would have an effect on a case recently in California regarding a large retail chain called Lowe's, where there was a $19 million judgment of workers deprived of overtime pay by a wrongdoing corporation. It spent several years working its way through the courts because the original court of jurisdiction found that the class certification did not exist. On appeal, it was reversed, and workers who were deprived of overtime pay received the pay that they deserved, but which this company did not give them. Now, is it good to, is this the way we want to stimulate California jobs by creating low-wage jobs, taking money out of the paychecks of workers illegally. I don't think so. There's also the notion that by limiting damage awards, there's going to be some kind of stimulative effect to California's economy. You can look at the example of medical malpractice, where California has already done that, and despite the claims, what a recent finding, I can be happy to provide this information, found that states that do not cap damages in medical malpractice cases actually charge lower medical malpractice rates than states that cap those damage awards. They also found that during the period of 2000 to 2006, the amount that is paid out in medical malpractice claims went down while premiums went up in states that cap damages. And finally, that if you take Texas as an example, where they established medical malpractice caps on damage awards in 2003, prevented medicine procedures, which proponents of this measure claim, preventative medicine is one of the reasons that cause prices to go up for health insurance, went up in Texas by 16% after they capped damage awards, whereas nationally they only went up 10%. So there's no relationship whatsoever between caps on damages and the impact it has on the economy or on jobs. But it has a big impact on one thing: insurance industry profits. And that's really what this is all about. So we would urge that this kind of major policy change really deserves to be heard in a policy committee and not disguised as a budget fix. There is no budget fix here. It's horrible policy for consumers, for the environment, and for workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon. Kim Stone for the Civil Justice Association of California. Our association supports the civil justice reform proposals in the governor's budget. These ideas are sound public policy that will save the state money and send a message to businesses and the state, in the state and nationally, that California is trying to do something to help to make things better. What California needs now is more jobs, not more lawsuits. The governor's proposals include...
Do you agree with the statistics they cited about the reduction in the number of civil filings and that 0.5% of all cases are class actions and some of those? It'd be nice if we could at least reconcile the numbers and see what has been happening with it.
I'm not familiar with those exact details, so I wouldn't be comfortable to say yes or no at this point.
No, but okay. If you don't know, that's fine.
On the whole, she is right. On the whole, class civil filings are going slightly down, but I don't believe in any way that indicates that our civil justice system is at all friendly to business or is telling California and national businesses that we want them to come here, which I think is the problem that the governor's proposals are trying to address. The governor's proposals include statutory class action reform. Our class action laws right now are all based in case law, and this would create a comprehensive statutory framework. Also limits on certain kind of damages, including punitive damages and non-economic damages, and protections for innocent sellers. These proposals will help the California economy and will help the state's budget. National business leaders repeatedly point to California's civil justice system as one of the reasons that we're not friendly to business. In the most recent poll by a group called the Institute for Legal Reform, in the Harris poll, California ranked as 44th out of 50 in terms of perceived fairness of the civil justice system by national business leaders. We're ranked among the 5 worst states in the country for class action lawsuits, and certain jurisdictions like San Francisco and Los Angeles were singled out as being viewed as particularly unfair. With perceptions like this, we absolutely applaud the governor's efforts to improve California's civil justice system and make it more fair.
Okay, sorry.
In the interest of time, I would just like to briefly applaud the governor's class action proposals. Class action lawsuits absolutely, when used appropriately, can be a powerful tool to right unjust wrongs. Historically, class action lawsuits have been used by injured groups to fight discrimination, to protect consumers and employees. However, the problem is that nowadays, in addition to legitimate class action lawsuits, there are many cases that end up settling with little or nothing for the supposed victims, the class members, while the lawyers walk away with millions. in attorney's fees. These kinds of cases clog our courts and are a drain on the California economy. Judges in California lack clear statutory standards, like the federal rules have, and if we had them, it would allow legitimate class action lawsuits to continue and allow lawsuits against hair companies, shampoos, because my hair didn't get stronger and shinier after buying a particular product. I can't for sure say that they would go away, but those might not be the kind of cases that are the best use of our court's time. Class action law is just one area that our state needs to change in interest of fairness and to send a message to businesses that we want to do something to help. Fixing that and implementing the others proposals and the governor's proposals would send a powerful message that California is interested in more jobs, not more lawsuits.
Well, we are interested in that. However, I suggest you take your case to the Judiciary Committee. Senator Leno?
Thank you. Just very briefly, Madam Chair, thank you. Since you raised San Francisco in your comments, I just want to point out our unemployment rate is lower than the state of California's unemployment rate, and it's lower than the national average. Point one. The Consumer Federation was able to document that by capping punitive damages and also non-economic damage awards in other states, premiums only went up. It cost consumers and the business environment only more. Can you document your statements, your opening statement, for example, that by implementing these changes, the business climate and the economy will improve? On what do you base that?
Well, when business leaders both in the state and throughout the state are surveyed about their perception of California as friendly or unfriendly to business, in survey after survey, we always get ranked and labeled as unfriendly to business for a variety of reasons. But one of the primary reasons that they say that is because the perception is that our civil justice system is unfair, that we have jackpot jury awards, and that this is not a place where business can get a fair shake in the courts. And while I would never say that's the only reason why a business would decide to expand elsewhere or would decide to go to another state for their recent expansion, it is one of the reasons that business leaders consistently tell us that they feel like California is not as welcoming to them as other places are.
And you said San Francisco was even worse.
Well, in this study done by the Institute for Legal Reform and the Harris Poll, San Francisco and Los Angeles were commented on by business lawyers in California and nationally as being perceived as being particularly unfair to businesses.
So all of your comments are based on perception, but the fact is San Francisco's unemployment rate, irrespective of how it's perceived by business leaders or lawyers, has a lower unemployment rate than California. So I don't see how your argument stands up. Thank you. Senator Huff.
Thank you. Well, this isn't directed at you as generally. I just wanted to make a comment on this whole thing. I agree with the governor's proposal. We've heard some of the speakers who said 0.5% are class action, and yet class action judgments are the type of things that are a wild card that just drive businesses crazy. They can't quantify very well. The same Institute for Legal Reform that ranks California 41st in the nation for litigation environment says California's real problems of behavior of the courts. He concluded saying that they are always willing to grant a class action status, often for plaintiffs who have very frivolous arguments. Then after granting the status, they encourage settlements that are totally unreasonable because everyone knows that what the California courts do is extraordinary. And they bring forth extraordinary penalties on companies. So it's not the number of filings, it's the wild card invited. And that drives up the cost. Another speaker said this is a policy we're talking about, not a budget. It ought to be heard in a policy committee. Well, we've heard this in policy committee before, and what he really means is we got to take it in the policy committee to kill it, because that's Senator Harman had a bill that would limit damages at 3 times the amount of compensatory damages, 2007, held in Senate Judiciary Committee. Assemblywoman Parra in 2007, AB 1505, related to class action suits, virtually similar, the same things what the governor's proposal is, also failed passage in an Assembly Judiciary Committee. We're talking about the same things over the last 30 years. We've been talking about those of you in law school because we have a very powerful lobby that's killed these bills every time it's come up. But if indeed we want jobs in the state of California, and we do have one of the most egregious business climates in the nation, we have to rethink how we're doing it. And this is part of that component. So maybe this is policy. We kill policy bills and fiscal bills all the time. I don't know why we can't talk about, a policy bill today in a fiscal committee. But the important thing is, if all of us, and I hear all of us at different times talking about jobs being important, then we have to take that serious, and we have to say, what is it that keeps businesses from locating here? What makes businesses, when they're getting toward the end of business equipment life cycle, moving to other states rather than reinvesting here? One comment was made about, the lack of lawsuits or whatever. Well, maybe that's because we got fewer businesses here to sue, because they keep fleeing to other states where they have a less hostile environment. So I just applaud the governor's willingness to try to take on this tort reform. I doubt that outside of a negotiated agreement in Big Five this will ever happen, and I remain doubtful that will happen then. But I think it's a good start in helping us to really significantly encourage jobs.
Thank you, Senator. I think we have one last speaker here. Public comment.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Karen Duncanwood, and I was not going to speak on this issue, but have to arise given the comments of the last speaker and those in favor of this terrible proposal. My son was brain damaged by a hospital and a doctor. My husband and I received not one penny. My son will not live in poverty because we did file suit. As a caseworker who worked at the East LA Regional Center for 10 years with over 100 families, 75% of children with CP are brain damaged because of hospital and doctor malpractice. None of the families I worked with could afford to file. If the assumption is that too many people are filing frivolously, you have to count the people that never get to file because they're stressed out, because their husbands left them, they have single disabled children to deal with, and they have no resources to file lawsuits. I also want to mention in terms of class action, my son was abandoned by the paratransit company in Los Angeles County for 7 hours while I was out of town without food or water. When I tried to address that question, they had gone into the computer and changed the data in the computer. We joined a class action lawsuit against that paratransit company that ended up not winning us anything because of the restrictions on what you can do in a class action lawsuit. I think that if you want to reduce class action lawsuits against companies, you ought to advise companies not to commit class action harm. That's the best way to reduce the lawsuits. Businesses have lots of lawyers. Common people do not. And every single time I've been involved in any legal action and we've never sued individually, we're always outmatched legally by a city, a municipality, a county, a business, a corporation. And we have to try to struggle to get even the point of view of real people, everyday people in the state attended to. I just have 2 last points, please. California has a bad reputation about class actions lawsuits because of bad people committing bad reputation PR. That's why we have such a bad reputation. There are people in the state who are out to say that we have problems that we don't really have. And I appreciate the questions about, can you document? Because I think when you survey businesses and you use their self-perception as the measure of actual reality, you are doing a lopsided survey. You're not surveying consumers also to balance that.
Ms. Duncan, if you could conclude.
I am going to conclude. The last thing I'd like to say is that if we are serious about wanting more jobs in California, and I believe everybody in this room is, then why not stop laying off 300,000 in-home support service workers that already have jobs? Don't pour money into trying to create new programs to create jobs. Stop the job loss that you have the power to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Thank you. We're going to move on to our next item. Transfer of tribal gaming compact revenues to the general fund. Thanks. Welcome.
Thank you. Mark Monroe, Department of Finance, and we're again proposing to extend for one more year the use of the tribal gaming compact revenues to transfer to the general fund instead of repaying some previous debts. We'd also note that when we came out with the budget, we had a preliminary number of $95 million, and we now expect to get the full $100.8 that we normally get.
And what was the result of our actions in 08, 09, and 9-10?
The next, statute provides a repayment schedule for different for the various loans that were made in the past. So you could argue that more money was not spent on capital projects. The $100 million that we're talking about for this year, for example, would go to the through the TCRF to the state highway account.
Elio?
We don't have any objections to this proposal. This was done in 2008 and 2009-10, and we don't have any objections to continuing the transfer to the general fund.
No impact on jobs?
It would potentially impact transportation projects, but it would generally, there's a lot of different factors going into the timing of the transportation projects. So this would just be one of the factors that could potentially delay some of these projects.
Is that a good idea at this time?
In light of the general fund situation, we feel that the transfer is justified.
Anthony Simo from the LAO. Because the money would come from the state highway account, it's not clear whether projects would get delayed or not. I mean, part of the highway account money goes to maintenance projects as well as administration within Caltrans. So it could come from a variety of areas, not necessarily projects themselves.
Thank you. Committee members? Mr. Chairman, any comments?
I don't like it.
Sure, Senator Huff.
When were these loans originally intended to be repaid? Anybody, I don't care.
Back in 2004-5, the statute was originally provided for the sale of the tribal gaming compacts, provided for the tribal gaming compacts and provided for the sale of bonds. And since there's been lawsuits, that's been delayed. We have the statute gave the Director of Finance the authority to transfer compact revenues that had been received at any given point if there was something left in the account that was not needed for debt service on bonds. The statute gives Director of Finance the authority to transfer that to make repayments. And so that's what we did. We did $151 million in 5-6, and in 6-7 and 7-8 we did $100 million, and then since then we've delayed it.
So by not selling the bonds, you didn't have an obligation to retire the debt on the bonds. Wasn't there some other part of that original agreement that benefited the local tribes that were putting money into that fund? They granted them something else, and I'm a little fuzzy on that one.
Some of the compacts provide for the tribes to negotiate local mitigation grants to communities that their presence of the casino affects.
But if we keep taking the money, there's no money to negotiate local impacts?
This won't affect those agreements. This is a separate account. So this transfer wouldn't have any impact. Those agreements that are negotiated with the locals are done. The state isn't involved in those agreements.
you had something else to add?
Dana Curry with the Analyst Office. The $100 million every year for the next few years are supposed to pay back for transportation projects, because the original, back in 2002 or so, about $1.2 billion from transportation funds were loaned to the general fund, and this is part of that repayment. So the ultimate impact will be on transportation.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Huff. Senator Lowenthal.
Yeah. Can you tell me what account, which there's the STIP, the SHOP, where is the money going to be taken from?
The tribal gaming money should, without the governor's proposal, this money would go back to the traffic congestion relief fund.
Which funds the SHOP?
Which funds 141 projects that are specified in statute. This is the TCRP projects. But at one time, some years ago, because we were funding TCRP projects and there wasn't enough money, we actually loaned from the state highway account.
Which funds what?
Which funds SHOP and maintenance, right.
Well, SHOP is maintenance and rehabilitation.
And highway maintenance, SHOP projects, and right now we don't even have money for STEP, so it's mainly maintenance and
so we're talking about the funding for the SHOP really ultimately
right.
would come out of that would have gone back to the SHOP. What's the status of the SHOP today? Is it overfunded?
No, we have said that the SHOP is billions of dollars.
Billions of dollars. And then that's when people drive and they say, why are there potholes?
Yeah.
Why are there...
Right. Yeah.
Well, how come we're not rehabilitating the money, rehabilitating the streets and roads? That's our existing structure that if we don't rehabilitate now will only cost us more next year and the year after. Is that not so?
That's correct.
And so it's okay to take this money because we can just pay more down the road.
Well, Senator, like we've said, you have difficult choices, and
so your choice is for us to tell people we're not going to fix the streets and roads, we'll fix it later on. Thank you.
I know we've got a lot of deferred maintenance. Elio, would you feel less comfortable about this if we didn't have the ARA funds and some other monies coming in right now?
The ARA funds, a lot of the ARA funds have been used for SHOP projects, and hopefully we might get even more federal stimulus money, and that would help,
Right. So in the scheme of things, probably a little less painful than some of the other proposals we've been hearing. So any public comment on this? Thank you. Next item, suspend certain mandates and defer payment on pre-2004 mandate claims. We've got a number of proposals here.
Thank you. Jeff Carasone, Department of Finance. The administration proposes a one-time reduction of $232.2 million general fund. Of that amount, $137.2 million is due to suspending most mandates not related to elections, law enforcement, or property taxes, and that action is consistent with the mandate suspensions included in the amended 2009 Budget Act. Also, we have $95 million from deferring the 2010-11 payment of mandate obligations for costs incurred prior to 2004-05, which are statutorily required to be completely paid by 2020-21.
So you've said non-law enforcement.
Suspending mandates not related to law enforcement, property taxes, or elections, correct.
Wouldn't the local recreational background checks be law enforcement related?
We didn't consider that law enforcement related. It has to do with requiring employee background checks for volunteers or employees at locally operated parks, playgrounds, rec centers, or beaches used for recreational purposes. But we didn't consider that law enforcement. It was one of the newer ones, correct? Yeah, it was
right.
one,
it's
of,
one of the two new ones. But if
Correct.
We're not checking backgrounds on folks who are working at local recreational facilities, what are we looking for in those background checks? LAO?
Shirley, Marianne O'Malley at the Ledge Analyst Office. These last two mandates here are recently identified, and our office is compiling a report, and we'll be able to give it to you along with recommendations regarding this mandate. If you're asking what this mandate has, since 1993, it's been against the law for a local government to either hire an employee or to place a volunteer in a position with supervisorial responsibilities over a minor at a local recreational facility, a beach, a facility that's mostly oriented toward engaging kids in recreation. So it's been against the law since 1993. What this mandate was some additional requirements that said that you had to have on your job application information whether somebody has a criminal history.
Sounds law enforcement related.
Right, and it also said that you had to pass the prospective volunteer or employee's fingerprints to the Department of Justice. So that's what this mandate pertains to, and our office is taking a look at it now, and we'll be presenting our recommendations along with all the other newly identified mandates within a short period of time. That is with regards to, in terms of your agenda, that is the very last item, the suspend
right. And
two
it's
new.
Just $3 million of the 137.
That's yes, yeah. $3 million of that.
Okay.
If I may, the top one, the suspend mandates, that's the $134 million. There's actually kind of three parts of that. There's the first part, which is the largest piece, which is $74 million, and that's basically suspending a bunch of mandates that we're suspending in the current year, suspending them again in the budget year. And when you suspend a mandate, local governments don't have to do it, and you, the state, don't have to pay for it, all right? So those are the exact same, $74 million of the exact same mandates that are in the current year, extending it into the budget year. There's another $24 million of that 134 that has to do with some recently expired mandates, but there's some old bills on them, and the administration's proposing to defer that. So that's no change from local government standpoint. They wouldn't be submitting claims anyway, but that's a deferral for local government. All right. And then the very last piece of that $134 million is $34 million for a mandate that many of you have heard our office talk about before. It's a Peace Officer Procedural Bill of Rights. It's $34 million. It's a mandate that the administration is proposing that local governments have to carry out, but the state would defer payment to some unspecified future date. And our office's long-standing recommendation regarding this mandate and all other mandates is that if the mandate scale is so great and the dollar amount is so much that it's very difficult to fund, try to narrow it down to that portion that you are going to be funding as opposed to developing a large backlog of unpaid mandate bills. So either scale it to something that you can afford or suspend or repeal the mandate, but don't just keep accumulating large backlogs of mandate bills. The state right now for non-education mandates, we owe local governments over $1 billion. So our recommendation regarding that $134 million would be the $74 million, that is the suspended mandates, to suspend those, to defer the $24 million, but to separate out the pole bar and to make an action that doesn't just pass on costs for the next year.
Separate out what? Separate what?
Of the $134 million, which is your first item
I got
on
it.
page 12.
Okay.
$34 million, most of it is actions that you'd be taking that would either make local government not have to carry out an activity and the state doesn't have to pay it.
That was a suspend.
Right. Yeah. Or defer it, but local governments don't have to do the activity.
Right.
But $34 million of it would be local governments continue to have to carry out the mandate, and the state would be simply deferring our payment for the mandate.
Is that the Brown Act and stuff?
No, that one is the Peace Officer Procedural Bill of Rights.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. But this is basically what the administration is proposing is what we did last year, do it again.
That's correct. The legislature many times over the last decade has required local governments to carry out the Procedure Bill of Rights. In fact, more often than not, carry it out and add it.
But I mean, in general, the whole which ones are suspended. I mean, because we had a lengthy discussion about this last year. So,
that's correct.
But the only thing is, you got two new ones, and the one that Senator Leno was talking about, which is the background checks, which is a little dicey. I mean, if you don't do it, I don't know why it's a mandate. I'm with I read the education mandates piece, and I assume you're doing a similar one. We ought to figure out which ones to just get rid of and get this over with at some level. I think that the education piece the LAO did speaks to that a little bit. What can we eliminate? What can we just get rid of and not be having this conversation every year? The claims mandate process has always been a problem. And we haven't yet figured out how to reform that process so it's not so crazy and doesn't have such inconsistent costs coming in from everybody and approvals by the commission that are just hard to understand. And then they come out so late that then you just stuck paying them. But this one might be problematic on the background checks if folks didn't do that and you had people in recreational places who had inappropriate prior convictions. I don't know how you'd control for that. Finance, did you have you just think no sex offenders will apply, or what? The incident report, I understand, was a one-time claim?
That is a one-time claim. Again, our office...
So we can just...
We are required to do a full-blown analysis of all newly identified mandates. These have been recently reported to the legislature just in January, and we'll be coming out with our report on them shortly.
Okay. Finances. Oh, there's testimony while they confer. Go ahead. Was that your hand? No.
If I may. Thank you, Madam Chair. Jean Hurst from the California State Association of Counties. I mean, obviously, we're in complete agreement that the system is dysfunctional and doesn't make a lot of sense, particularly in difficult budget times like this. One of the difficulties that folks locally at the county level have had to deal with is sort of this on-again, off-again. You want us to do the program, you don't require us to do the program, and how do we sort of maintain things? A suggestion has been made, and we're certainly interested in talking with you about it, is just say, okay, these mandates are suspended for a period of X. 4 years, 5 years, 7 years, whatever.
Give you more certainty?
Exactly.
I'm for you finding out the list of eliminations, but...
For sure. Happy to help.
We're trying to find the list of things to get rid of. But, okay, thank you. Finance, you were all conferring. Did you have something you wanted to add?
I think this is on the list as being non-law enforcement because it's not a police officer or a highway patrol. It is clearly a safety issue. The applicant has to identify on their application that whether or not they've got any prior convictions or anything in their background, and then the cost.
I was conflating public safety with law enforcement.
Right.
Thanks.
Well, but I mean, I think that one we may have to kind of take a look at because you want them to do it, and I think. I mean, you'd think they'd do it on their own and it wouldn't have to be a state mandate, which goes to the problem. But, but it is a state law, so, okay. All right, so we'll keep looking at those. Payment deferrals, LAO. I understand we just got trailer bill last night from Finance, maybe?
That's correct. Jason Dickerson from the Legislative Analyst's Office. The state faces two upcoming series of cash problems. The Comptroller has identified in letters to all of you what he states would be a need for $2.7 billion of cash-oriented solutions to help the state pay its bills on time and for the Comptroller's Office to maintain a $2.5 billion minimum cash cushion for 3 weeks in March and April. That problem is relatively minor compared to the summer budget problems and cash problems that the state would face, particularly if the budget is not enacted in a relatively timely fashion. Last summer, you'll recall, the Comptroller had to resort to issuing IOUs. And if a balanced budget solution is significantly delayed, this summer, that is a possibility again. Our comments would be these. With regard to the March and the April budget problem, the controller largely has authority to deal with that problem. His choices will not be very easy. They will include potentially delaying tax refunds, delaying or perhaps seeking interim RAND financing. That could be quite costly. The other major option would be delaying school apportionments for several more weeks. As you may know, several apportionment delays have already been enacted, and to do that with limited time notice would be quite difficult for school districts to manage. The summer budget and cash problems are obviously much more severe. We certainly understand that the administration and the controller want to begin to deal with those. And you'll have
what do you think of, or have you had a chance to look at what additional flexibilities the governor is asking for them to have in this trailer bill language?
After 2 years where the legislature has been very cooperative with the administration, giving them very specific payment deferral options in statute and through the Budget Act, the new proposal requests exceedingly broad authority to delay virtually any state payment outside of debt service and payroll through the next year and a half for up to 3 months. We don't think that broad grant of authority is necessary. The Department of Finance, the Controller's Office have worked very well together in trying circumstances, have forecasted the state's cash needs as well as could be expected in the current environment. And the legislature will have the option to deal with the 2010-11 cash problems to probably do some of the same types of cash payment delays that have been put in place the last 2 years. Administration has indicated a wish to have some more flexibility, and I think that could be accommodated either here in the special session or later on in the regular session during the budget process. But the grant of authority administration request is just too broad, we believe.
Finance? I mean, I can understand if there's a couple of fairly simple, straightforward flexibilities, they might be considered now to avoid any possibility of a problem in March, but...
Well, this is Bill Steffenhagen, Department of Finance. We're not wed to the language that we provided yesterday, so we're open to working with the LAO or the legislative staff on coming up with something that works for everybody. But a few things that we want to address, because we've learned the past couple of years that having specific deferrals in statute may not work because a lot of the deferrals are based on projections, and sometimes we end up with deferrals that don't need to occur, and sometimes we don't have any deferrals where we need them, and we need to have something happen right away. The other thing we want to address is providing comfort to bond market and rating agencies regarding the state's flexibility and ability to quickly address cash shortfalls.
All right, well, that's fair, but everybody get together and talk about what flexibility means and what tools the controller might need to respond if, in fact, this occurs. I mean, a lot of us aren't sure they really will get to that point. I think the governor's budget presumed they wouldn't, but we don't want them being in a position where they don't have the ability to react. So, I mean, that's fair, but we need to, and maybe, overly prescribing, but we could at least limit and say you have the option to do these 3 things, whatever those might be. So folks need to talk to the controller and Senator Huff.
Yeah, clearly this isn't raising revenues or cutting revenues, but it's a cash management tool. And we've pushed a lot of cost to future dates already. So when do we hit the breaking point?
Yeah.
That decision primarily rests with the legislature and the nature of the balanced budget solutions that you enact. The market, it appears, will continue to lend the state money at market interest rates so long as they understand and essentially believe in the balanced budget solutions that you put together. If the state can pay them back, we will be lent money to operate our daily cash flow needs and to return our accounts to balance.
Yeah, I think the taxpayers refer to that as gimmicks.
But
Well, the cash flow is what it is. It's partly because we've overborrowed from the special funds and some of the other things that have traditionally been the controller's easier ways of dealing with this have been constrained in the last couple of years.
There's nothing inherently wrong with borrowing for cash flow purposes.
Yeah,
Governments and businesses do it. But we definitely have dug ourselves a hole the last few years.
It's been difficult.
That's true.
All right.
Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
Just briefly, I understand the Assembly took this up today in their Budget Committee hearing, and with regard to the overbroadness of this, it was reported that in a display of bipartisanship as rare as a dodo's egg, rejected the proposal.
Who knew? Right up there with red light cameras. All right. The governor does have an uncanny ability to bring unity to the legislature. I think, but what I heard just now was they're not wedded to that specific language, which seems like it may be overly broad, and somebody needs to go somewhere and see if there is some fairly limited flexibilities. I don't know that everybody would be hysterical about that if the controller feels they need some ability to maneuver, and we can provide that so that we can assure everybody there won't be a problem in March. That would be fine. So, okay, go forth.
Madam
Yes,
Chair,
ma'am.
members, Jean Hurst, on behalf of the California State Association of Counties, as your partner in delivering health and human services
Don't delay our
programs,
payments, right?
we've
Okay.
been we've
Next.
learned a lot about deferrals over the last 2 years and
I'll
delays
bet.
and IOUs. The problem with sort of delay or defer whatever you want whenever you want creates a significant issue for counties. We've been here before telling you that predictability is particularly important for us to manage our own cash flows, particularly in the current year when we don't have the ability to go to the markets and borrow. So we'd like to be a partner and working with this stuff too. Thanks.
No, that's fair. I mean, I think we do need to, maybe it's a limited list of possibilities and time frames, and I don't know, think about it. All right. Think about it quickly, however, over the weekend, if you want it done in February. If not, you can wait till May. All right. Now, here we are on revenue issues. Let me just, for purposes of pages, all of these following pages are all things, and we had the panel thing discussed, and so maybe what we ought to do, if we have room at the table, how many finance people do we have here? Okay, because we had Mr. Goldberg and Ms. Ross who were going to talk to. I'm trying to figure out if I can get you all in one place. And you guys want to comment on some? Okay, so you guys that are lined up over there, you want to comment on some of the governor's specific ones? Is that what you're there for? The specific tax credits, like that first page? Yeah. Okay, because I'm trying to figure out how to have a more broad discussion on some of the other things. Are you on page 14 only, or 15 too? 14, 14, 14, okay. Because I'm thinking maybe then we could take those three in that fashion. Yeah, why don't you? I got a chair for Jean, though. Let's see. But we'll figure it out. Is there somebody here from Caltax? The Jarvis, you're here from Jarvis, right? Okay. Well, maybe I have to figure that out. I don't know if I had enough room to get everybody in at once. But he should be part of it, too. All right. Why don't you... all right. I think what we'll do, let me do this. We'll have the governor present these first three that there's public comment on. Then we will move to the next page and have Finance and LAO kind of present all of the different options that are being proposed here, all kind of in a big group. I mean, present them all. And then kind of allow the comments from Mr. Goldberg, Ms. Ross, and I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name, Mr. Howard Jarvis person. What's his name? Mr. Wolf. Wolf. And then sort of go from there and then see if there's some other public comment on that, but allow kind of a discussion with all of them at the same table. Is that okay? Finance, you're up. Describe the governor's new tax expenditures. And could you answer for me up front why you didn't score these? Because you haven't scored in the budget the loss of revenue from any of these as far as I can tell.
Well,
we're working on page 14 at the moment.
It's the proposals were developed fairly late within the budget process. It's certainly the reason for the proposals is California's high unemployment rate and the need to do something in order to reduce the unemployment rate.
Okay.
And the governor is certainly prepared to work with the legislature on initiatives to reduce the unemployment rate.
I'll let him do this first. All right. Well, I think the goal of job creation is one that everybody's interested in. It's just you've basically got $300 million in expenditures here that aren't accounted for in the budget that we have before us.
We can certainly go over the expenditures, and we have received the revenue estimates from FTB and the Board of Equalizations, and we are largely in agreement with these estimates, and those estimates would be reflected in certainly like our May revise. So we understand that there are costs associated with these programs.
Yeah, no, that's all. And unless we've got other, and it'll come up in the other, I mean, we can talk about these again in the context of some of the other discussions here, but I mean, just up front, unless there's trade-offs, you dropping one out to get one in, or we're trying to find other ways to do this. I don't know where you get the other $300 million when you're after, if any of you watched yesterday and last week and the day before, how you get that $300 million out of this budget when you're telling CalWorks moms they're going to lose $15. I mean, I actually think these might be things that are job inducers in some fashion, but unless, when we can't pay for what we've already got, it's a little difficult to deal with. So how is this home buyer's tax credit different than the one we already did last year and that we were passing last year? I mean, I'm for the Assembly moving out the Ashburn bill that respent the $100 million that we already passed. I mean,
the major difference between the credits is that this home buyer credit applies to new homes, and it also
that was last year's. That was the last year deal.
Yes, and it also applies to new home buyers. So, which the last bill did not cover. There is basically a 200.
Well, the last bill covered anybody, not just new home buyers, who was interested in purchasing a newer house.
Right. This one, in addition to new homes, also would apply to new home buyers that buy an existing home.
Foreclosures.
It doesn't necessarily focus on foreclosure,
no, but it
certainly
could buy a foreclosure with it.
Yeah, it would certainly assist new home buyers, those who are new home buyers, to buy homes that could very well be either in a foreclosure or certainly underwater. It would certainly move homes that are currently potentially out of the market.
Right. Tell me why you picked 10,000 again after we found out that the first $100 million that we did the previous homeowners tax credit. We found that most of the folks who used it did not need to use the whole $10,000 per year because that was more than their tax liability. That's why there was leftover money, if you will, that we tried to reallocate last October and unsuccessfully. So what happened to that unallocated money? Is it still there, or is it now scored as recaptured?
It's the money that was not used in the previous bill is $30 million, as estimated by the Franchise Tax Board, and it's not addressed within this particular proposal.
But is that $30 million? I guess my question is, when we allocated that in the budget, did we allocate $100 million, and Franchise Tax Board still has that authority, has that money, if you will?
No, I believe that would require additional legislation.
Interesting.
So,
okay. But did you? They'll get to it. We'll let you testify in a minute. I know you're anxious. That's fine. But why did you pick 10,000 again? Since we now know that 10,000 wasn't the number that's necessary.
The credit is 10,000. The lesser of $10,000 or 5% of